Chapter 1498. Do you want to die? Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw an old man walking slowly in their direction. The old man was extremely old, and his brows were already snow-white while wrinkles covered his face. It seemed like he had experienced the passage of many centuries. Coupled with his hunched back, it made the old man seem extremely old. Lin Banzwang and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces when they saw the old man, and there was even a trace of fear in their eyes. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face because the old man felt unfathomable to him. Similarly, Yu Qing and the old man by his side had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Obviously, the old man felt dangerous to them. Yang Yi asked Lin Banzwang, "Who is that?" Lin Banzwang spoke solemnly, "A very strong and mysterious person, but also a person who keeps a very low profile. He was the #1 expert here, but he fell into a deep slumber. So, that demon beast which Blood Maiden killed took his place. We don't know how strong he is, and only the unfettered one does." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Do you know what the unfettered one said after fighting him?" Yang Yi asked curiously, "What?" "Very good," Lin Banzwang said. "He said very good. Moreover, he said that if that old man can overcome his own limits, then he would be willing to fight the old man again." "Very good." Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face. After all, it wasn't easy to make the unfettered one say someone was not bad. Yang Yi gazed at the old man. It didn't take long for the old man to arrive here. The old man glanced at Yu Ming and said, "I haven't encountered many experts upon arriving at this universe of yours, but the experts I've encountered in this universe aren't few as well. Amongst those experts I've met, I only acknowledge 2 of them. No, it should be 2.5. One of them is that fellow, the unfettered one. His attainments in the Sword Tao are extraordinary, and am far inferior to him. As for the other person, it's better not to mention that person." He gazed at Blood Maiden at this point, and then he continued, "As for the half, it's her. Her natural talent and ability to control the blood domain to such an extent is something I can't compare to." Meanwhile, Yu Ming spoke in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" The old man chuckled. "Just as you've said, am just a prisoner." He gazed at Yang Yi at this point. "Young brother, I don't want to stay here anymore as well. It'll help you and Blood Maiden stop them. So, can you take me along once she recovers and leaves?" "Of course." Yang Yi nodded. "But there's something I don't understand. Even your strength is insufficient to leave this place?" The old man chuckled and said, "I can. However, they'll die as soon as I leave." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The old man said, "We should have died all those years ago, but that existence was kind-hearted and spared us. Even though we didn't have to die, we were imprisoned here for eternity. As far as your universe is concerned, we're invaders and sinners. If we force our way out of this place, we'll be targeted by the Lord of the Heaven Tao of this universe. So, we need someone to keep us concealed. Only 2 people have such ability, and it's the unfettered one and her, Blood Maiden. Because both of them have comprehended a domain, they can utilize their domain to conceal our presence from the Lord of the Heaven Tao." At this moment, Yang Yi was finally sure. He was sure that they weren't from this universe. All of these people, including the man who gave him the undying elemental body technique and the old man beneath the pool of water, were not from this universe. They were from another universe. Or it should be said that besides a few locals of the ominous territory, everyone else here was from another universe. All of them had committed crimes. Just like the old man had said, they were invaders. Obviously, they'd failed, and they were imprisoned for it. Meanwhile, the old man added, "Even though I can defeat that Eye of the Heaven Tao here, I can't suppress it. Moreover, if I try to force my way out, then it'll fight me to the death. Perhaps it might even make more Eyes of the Heaven Tao to come here. However, Blood Maiden is different. If she recovers her strength at the Rebirth Realm, then she can completely suppress the Eye of the Heaven Tao with the combination of her strength and the strength of her blood domain." Yang Yi finally came to an understanding. They wanted to use Blood Maiden's blood domain. A domain could conceal their auras, so the Lord of the Heaven Tao of this universe wouldn't be able to detect them. Otherwise, even if they could escape this place, the Lord of the Heaven Tao would pursue them incessantly. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a few moments and said, I can agree on her behalf and promise that she'll take all of you out of here. However, once all of you leave this place, well, leave this universe of yours. The old man added, all those years ago, it was greed that caused us to fall to this state. Now, we won't do it again. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had definitely not thought about drawing them over to his side, because that was utterly impossible. Their strength was much stronger than his, so it was impossible for them to agree to follow him. Moreover, even if they did, he wouldn't dare to accept them. All of them were criminals. If the Lord of the Heaven Tao noticed their presence, then the consequences. He didn't know how strong the Lord of the Heaven Tao was, but since the old man was so afraid, he could imagine how terrifying the Lord of the Heaven Tao was. Yang Yi had no doubt that it was absolutely not an existence that he could resist. Go against the Lord of the Heaven Tao? He wasn't mad. So, it was best if they left this universe. However, Yang Yi also wondered if he would encounter any problems because he was helping them escape their prison. Fortunately, even if problems did arise, it would be Blood Maiden's business, and she would definitely be able to resolve that trouble. Suddenly, the old man standing in the distance spoke. Your name is Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi turned to look at the old man. What? The old man stared at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I never expected that our plan, which was guaranteed success, would actually fail because of you. Based on the natural talent and strength you possess, I presume it won't be long before you need to ascend to the large world. Unfortunately, my war pavilion just happens to be guarding it this time. Remember my words. The moment you ascend to the large world is the moment you, Yang Yi, will die. As soon as he finished speaking, both his and Yu Ming's figures started to become ethereal. They were rebirth realm experts, so they were no fools. They were very well aware that they couldn't kill Blood Maiden when facing the experts of the ominous territory. So, they decisively chose to flee. Because if they didn't, then they would definitely die once Blood Maiden woke up. Stop them! Yang Yi's expression changed when he noticed that they were trying to leave, and Yang Yi immediately drew his sword and swung it. His sword energy was extremely swift and instantly arrived before Yu Ming and the old man. However, his sword energy just shot through them and wasn't able to do anything. Yang Yi's face instantly became gloomy. It's impossible. The old man with a hunched back said, I can kill them if they stay and fight. However, if they flee, then I can't do anything to them. Because I can't leave this place, but it's absolutely easy for them to leave. Because they possess powerful spatial treasures that are able to travel through space with ease. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he shook his head and said, It's fine. If worse comes to worse, they'll just do as the Unfettered One and Jian Wuji did. They'll just fight my way up there. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. You're very confident, but you have the right to be confident. Yang Yi smiled. Actually, if it's possible, I don't want to be in the limelight. But in life, there are many things that are beyond our control. He glanced at the people here and cupped his fist. Everyone, I thank you on behalf of my second sister. Don't worry, they'll definitely fulfill my promise to all of you. Those two Rebirth Realm experts hadn't retreated because of him. They'd retreated because of these experts in front of Yang Yi. It could be said that if they hadn't come, then he would have no choice but to fight with his life on the line. He wouldn't take everyone out of this place, but he would definitely take them out of this place. After all, one couldn't be ungrateful. The old man smiled. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked at Blood Maiden. She's awake. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Blood Maiden suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, an invisible wave of energy rippled out from her. Yang Yi and the others were caught off guard, and they were pushed around 300 m away. As for the old man with a hunched back, he was pushed around 50 m away. The Rebirth Realm. Everyone here had an extremely solemn expression on their faces. Blood Maiden was no ordinary Rebirth Realm expert. She was already so terrifying at the Dualism Realm. So now that she had attained the Rebirth Realm, her strength would be... Blood Maiden stood up, glanced at everyone here and said, Thank you. All of them nodded to display that it was nothing worth mentioning. Blood Maiden nodded slightly, and then she looked at Yang Yi. I thought you would flee. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Blood Maiden added, "They have good judgment skills. Since you call me second sister, then I want try to be courteous about it." She glanced at the others and continued, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, Blood Maiden stretched her hands forward and then pulled them in opposite directions. Just like that, the space before her was torn open, and it didn't take long for a spatial rift to appear here. Meanwhile, little sky, the eye of the heaven Tao, appeared in the sky above them. After that, a wave of pressure rained down upon them. Lian Banzwang and the others became extremely vigilant when they saw the eye of the heaven Tao. Blood Maiden glanced at it for a few moments, and then she stretched her right hand forward. In an instant, a veil of blood enveloped the eye of the heaven Tao. Meanwhile, the eye of the heaven Tao suddenly started to tremble violently. Yang Ye's expression changed drastically at the sight of that. Because that eye of the heaven Tao intended to detonate itself, Blood Maiden frowned as well. Obviously, she hadn't expected the eye of the heaven Tao to actually intend to detonate itself. Little sky, stop this instant." Suddenly, a voice resounded from Yang Ye's chest, and then Little Sky appeared before them. As soon as Little Sky appeared, the eye of the heaven Tao immediately stopped trying to detonate itself. Little Sky instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and then she turned to look at Blood Maiden. "Do you want to die?" Chapter 1499, Little Sky, Get Help. Yang Yi was stunned as well. He hadn't expected Little Sky to provoke Blood Maiden. Little Sky usually had a very good temper, but she clearly seemed to be angry right now. Blood Maiden gazed at Little Sky and remained silent. Meanwhile, Little Sky walked over to Blood Maiden and looked her in the eyes. "You think that you are very strong?" Blood Maiden refused to show any weakness. "I think I'm not bad." Little Sky gazed at Blood Maiden for a short while, and then she nodded. "Since you think you're very strong, then let me see how strong you are." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up at Little Sky. Little Sky, get help. Get help." Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. The eye of the heaven Tao has help? Suddenly, the eye of the heaven Tao in the sky trembled violently, and then the space beside it cracked open. It didn't take long for an eye to emerge from that rift in space. An eye of the heaven Tao. An eye of the heaven Tao that was around the same size as Little Sky emerged from that rift in space. However, that wasn't the end of it. More and more eyes of the heaven Tao emerged from that spatial rift. In just a little over a dozen breaths of time, the sky was filled with over 100 eyes of the heaven Tao. At this moment, the entire sky was covered in them. Wave after wave of pressure swept out from them. How terrifying was the pressure emanated from over 100 eyes of the heaven Tao. In any case, even dualism realm experts weren't able to endure the pressure. Besides Blood Maiden, the bodies of everyone else here had gradually bent down, including the old man with a hunched back. However, he was in a comparatively better condition when compared to Lian Banzwang and the others. He wasn't in such an embarrassing state. As for Yang Yi, had raised the casket lid above himself, so he was in a slightly better condition than Lian Banzwang and the others. At this moment, the expressions of everyone here had changed. Their faces were unsightly. Over 100 eyes of the heaven Tao. If all of the eyes of the heaven Tao attacked at once, then not to mention destroying the ominous territory, it was even possible for them to destroy the entire lower dimensions. These eyes of the heaven Tao were weaker than the eye of the heaven Tao in the large world. However, they were definitely much stronger than the eyes of the heaven Tao in medium-sized worlds. So, not to mention a single Rebirth Realm expert, even 10 Rebirth Realm experts may not necessarily be able to resist them. Blood Maiden's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when she saw over 100 eyes of the heaven Tao. Obviously, she hadn't expected such a scene as well. Little Sky glanced at Lian Banzwang and the others. Defy the heavens? You humans always speak about defying the heavens, but all of you don't know how tiny you are. When the heavens really decide to take all of you seriously, can you afford to go against the heavens? You can't. She gazed at Blood Maiden and continued, Are around 100 enough? If you think they aren't enough, Little Sky can call another 100 over. This universe has thousands of medium worlds and numerous hidden worlds. Little Sky can summon all the eyes of the heaven Tao in those worlds. Blood Maiden looked at Little Sky. Who are you? Everyone else was looking at Little Sky. At this moment, all of them were extremely curious about Little Sky's identity. Earlier, Little Sky hadn't summoned help, but as soon as she showed herself, Shed immediately told Little Sky to get help. Even though it was because of Little Sky, all of them were aware that Little Sky was definitely a huge reason why Little Sky had been able to summon all of these eyes of the heaven Tao. Yang Yi didn't let Little Sky and Blood Maiden remain in confrontation. He walked over to Little Sky and said, "We have no intention to kill Little Sky, and we just want to leave. That's why Second Sister suppressed it, but we never expected it to be so unyielding and choose to detonate itself." Little Sky replied, "Its mission is to guard these people. If you take them out of here by force, then it'll definitely detonate itself." Yang Yi said, "Then can you tell it not to detonate itself, and then let us leave?" If it was anyone else, it would definitely be impossible, but he was talking to Little Sky. If she was willing to help, then it would definitely be possible. Because Little Sky had a very good relationship with Little Sky. Little Sky would definitely not give them face, but it would give Little Sky face. Little Sky glanced at Lien Banzwang and the others, and then she said, "Do you know why they were imprisoned here?" Yang Yi nodded. "They are invaders." Little Sky shook her head. "They killed countless people and eyes of the heaven Tao in our universe for their own personal gain. They should be dead." Meanwhile, the old man with a hunched back spoke abruptly. "We know that we were wrong, but we've paid the price for our actions. We can swear with our souls that we'll leave this universe once we leave this place, and we will absolutely not take another step into this universe again. Please give us a chance to change." At this moment, he was very well aware that the only chance for them to leave this place wasn't Blood Maiden but Little Sky. Yang Yi added, "Little Sky, they've been imprisoned for very, very long. If it's possible, just let them out. You told me that both humans and demon beasts should be free, but they aren't free at all, right?" Little Sky remained silent. Yang Yi continued, "If the Lord of the Heaven Tao wanted to kill them, they would have definitely been killed on the spot. But they were imprisoned instead. I think that the Lord of the Heaven Tao wanted to give them a chance to change their ways. What do you think?" A long moment of silence passed before Little Sky suddenly glanced at the surroundings. This place really shouldn't exist anymore. Lien Banzwang and the others were delighted when they heard her, because now that Shed said that, it wouldn't be a problem for them to leave. Meanwhile, Little Sky added, "But there's a condition." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What condition?" Little Sky glanced at Lien Banzwang and the others, and then she said, "Many have realized their mistakes, and these people can be let out of this place. However, many others might not think they'd made any mistakes, and they may even be filled with resentment. These people can't be allowed to leave." "Of course," Yang Yi continued, "but how do we know if they are determined to change their ways?" "I will know." Little Sky continued, "No one can deceive me." As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at Lien Banzwang and the others. "All of you have no resentment in your hearts. This proves that all of you are very well aware that you deserved such punishment, and it proves that you regret your actions. So, all of you can leave." Lien Banzwang and the others were overjoyed when they heard Little Sky. However, Demon Wu suddenly asked, "Can you make decisions for the Lord of the Heaven Tao?" The smiles on their faces gradually vanished when they heard Demon Wu, and then they gazed at Little Sky. All of them were very well aware that Little Sky's identity and background was definitely extraordinary, because she had such a good relationship with an Eye of the Heaven Tao. However, that was just a good relationship, and letting them go was not a minor matter. Perhaps even that Eye of the Heaven Tao, Little Sky, didn't have the right to authorize it. So, did Little Sky have such authority? Little Sky replied, "I don't know if I can." All of them felt speechless. Meanwhile, Little Sky added, "But I can give it a try. Little Sky and the others are quite nice." Yang Yi and the others' faces darkened. "Nice? The eyes of the Heaven Tao are nice? Please. They wouldn't even allow us to converse with them." However, the eyes of the Heaven Tao really were nice to Little Sky. Little Sky flashed over to Little Sky, and then she waved her hand at the other eyes of the heaven, Dao around little sky. Those eyes of the heaven Dao seemed to recognize her too, and they started moving up and down as well to greet her. Moreover, some eyes of the heaven Dao seemed jubilant. Little Sky chuckled, gazed at little Sky, and spoke in a slightly reproachful tone. You fool! If you're no match for someone, then can't you get help? You just have to detonate yourself? You're such a fool. Little Sky trembled slightly, and then ripples flowed from it. Obviously, it was expressing something to her. Little Sky sighed softly, and then she gazed at the eyes of the heaven Dao in the surroundings. All of you listen too. In the future, if you aren't a match for someone or something, then you can get help. Get help. Understand? Moreover, all of you should help each other. Don't let those fellows constantly speak about defying the heavens. Understand? Yang Yi and the others watched with astonishment as those eyes of the heaven Dao nodded. Needless to say, Yang Yi's face was quite unsightly, because he always got into conflict with the eyes of the heaven Dao. If he got into conflict with one in the future, and if it got help. No one knew what Little Sky told those eyes of the heaven Dao, but they vanished from the sky, and only little Sky remained. Blood Maiden suddenly asked Yang Yi, "How did you get to know her?" Yang Yi naturally knew who Blood Maiden was referring to. He glanced at Little Sky, who was talking to little Sky, and then he said, "It was in the ominous territory. She was lying in an ice casket." He described the entire sequence of events that led up to their meeting. Blood Maiden remained silent. Yang Yi asked, "Do you know who she is?" Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. "I've never heard of her." Yang Yi looked up at Little Sky. "Who is she? Even Blood Maiden hasn't heard of her?" Yang Yi grew even more curious about Little Sky's identity. She was really too mysterious. Chapter 1500. That sword. It's mine. Little Sky spoke with little Sky for around 15 minutes before she turned around and floated over to Yang Yi and the others. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "What did it say?" Little Sky nodded slightly. It agreed. Lian Banzwang and the others were overjoyed when they heard this. They were finally able to leave after being imprisoned here for so long. So how could they not be happy? Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief as well. Had promised them that he would take them out of this place, so he would be in trouble if she refused. He didn't want to be someone who didn't keep his promises. However, he didn't want to fight the eyes of the heaven Dao. Moreover, even if he did try to fight them, he couldn't win against over 100 eyes of the heaven Dao. Fortunately, he didn't have a problem now. Suddenly, Little Sky added, "But there's a condition." Yang Yi asked, "What condition?" Little Sky glanced at Lian Banzwang and the others. They can't stay in this universe. As invaders, they aren't welcomed by the eyes of the heaven Dao in this universe. If they don't leave this universe upon leaving this place, it's very likely that they'll be pursued by the eyes of the heaven Dao. So, they must leave this universe once they leave this place. Of course. Meanwhile, the old man with a hunched back hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Miss Little Sky. We'll immediately leave this universe upon leaving this place." Little Sky nodded slightly, then go on. "Thank you." Lian Banzwang and the others bowed slightly to Little Sky, and it was a sincere bow. Little Sky spoke softly. "It's quite sad that all of you have been locked up for so long, but it's still best not to kill too much from now on. Karma will come to bite you if you kill too many. In most cases, it isn't that there's no karma, it's because it isn't time for karma to strike." The old man with the hunched back spoke seriously. "We will remember that." Little Sky nodded. "Go on. Little Sky will send all of you out of this universe." As she spoke, she transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's chest. Once she left, the old man and the others gazed at Yang Yi and Blood Maiden. They bowed towards Yang Yi and Blood Maiden, and then the old man said, "Thank you. We will never forget this kindness." Yang Yi smiled. "Don't mention it. We would be dead if it wasn't for all of you." The old man grinned. "Young brother, if you have the time, come to Stellar Cloud System." Yang Yi gazed at the old man with a puzzled expression on his face. "Stellar Cloud System? It's the name of their universe." Blood Maiden spoke abruptly. "An area larger than a world is called a stellar region, and an area larger than a stellar region is called a universe. In the beginning, the universe was a single whole, but they split the entire universe into countless small universes. Simply speaking, it's like a continent that was split into countless smaller kingdoms. Our universe is called the Merak system. Yang Yi asked, then how huge is the universe? Blood Maiden shook her head. No one knows the answer to that question. Even the cultivators of the ancient times don't. Because it's truly too huge. It's really boundless. The old man nodded. The entire universe is really too huge. However, the smaller universes aren't that huge. Our stellar cloud system isn't far from Merak system, so you can come visit in the future. Yang Yi smiled, of course. The old man smiled. Young brother, see you. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with a hunched back shot up into the air, and then he arrived before Little Sky. The latter shook slightly, and it didn't take long for a circle of light to appear by Little Sky's side. The old man took a deep breath as he gazed at the circle of light, and his eyes flickered with excitement. He didn't hesitate to enter the circle of light. Meanwhile, Demon Wu cupped his fist towards Yang Yi. I'm sorry for the past offense. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the circle of light. In next to no time, only Lien Banzwang and the Lava Titan remained here. Lien Banzwang gazed at Yang Yi. Thank you. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and continued. That day when you were fighting Demon Wu, I didn't stand by idly on purpose. I hadn't recovered fully. I merely said what I said on a whim. As soon as she finished speaking, she entered the circle of light. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. On a whim, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the Lava Titan. Aren't you going to leave? The Lava Titan shook its head, and then it stretched out its hand. A ball of flames appeared on its palm, and then a young girl emerged from the flames. It moved the young girl towards Yang Yi. As soon as she saw Yang Yi, a brilliant smile instantly appeared on her face, and then she flew over to him and started clapping happily. Yang Yi rubbed her little head and gazed at the Lava Titan. What do you mean? The Lava Titan spoke. She goes with you. Even though it was speaking the human tongue, it wasn't smooth. With me? Yang Yi was slightly stunned and asked, why? The Lava Titan replied, go with you. Good for her. Yang Yi came to an understanding. The little girl had been transformed by the divining flame, and the Lava Titan had definitely noticed the changes in her. So, it wanted her to go with him. Yang Yi fell silent for a while, and then he gazed at the young girl. Are you willing to go with me? She bit her finger, glanced at Yang Yi, glanced at the Lava Titan, and seemed quite hesitant. Meanwhile, Yang Yi smiled. If you miss it, we can come back at any time to visit. All right? The young girl's eyes lit up, and then she nodded. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. The young girl was a sprite king, and she was at a much higher level than the flames which Emo Shaoling possessed. Coupled with the fact that the divine flame had improved her, she was definitely much stronger than ordinary sprite kings. So, having her with him was a good thing. The little girl flew over to the Lava Tian, and then hugged it for a long time. In the end, the Lava Titan turned around and left. 2 streams of tears instantly flowed down from her eyes when she saw the Lava Titan leave. No, it should be 2 streams of lava. Yang Yi took her in his arms and consoled her. We can come here frequently to visit. She glanced at Yang Yi, nodded, and then tapped his chest while looking at him with eyes filled with a hopeful gaze. Yang Yi smiled, and then he waved his right hand. He instantly transported her to the tuned level of the primordial pagoda. Once she arrived there, she instantly ran over to the divining flame. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Blood Maiden. Where do you plan to go now? Blood Maiden pondered deeply for a moment and said, I plan to look for them, and then go find our eldest sister. Find her? Yang Yi continued, even you don't know her whereabouts? Blood Maiden shook her head slightly. Her injuries were too severe, and her body couldn't be used anymore. So, she chose to be reincarnated. She was afraid that the oracle would determine her whereabouts, so she sealed her memories and everything else. Unless her memories are unsealed, no one can find her. However, her memory should be recovering slowly now. So, we must find her before the oracle does. Otherwise, she'll be in huge danger. The oracle? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Who is that? A person who says that she can predict the future. Blood Maiden spoke solemnly. Since you helped me, you have definitely become one of her targets. You have to be careful from now on. She's very adept at scheming. She was a huge part of the reason why we were forced to flee to the lower dimensions. So, you must be careful of her. Yang Yi nodded. Since the Oracle could make Nether Maiden and the others suffer a loss, he naturally wouldn't underestimate the Oracle. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, "Can you help me with something?" Blood Maiden replied, "Go on." Yang Yi said, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with Blood Maiden. 15 minutes later, Yang Yi arrived at a pool. It wasn't part of Yellow Springs River, but that old man was imprisoned below it. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he went below the pool. The old man was slightly stunned when he saw Yang Yi. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to come so soon. It didn't take long for a wisp of surprise to flash through his eyes. "You've attained the semi-deity realm?" Yang Yi nodded. "Not too long ago." The old man glanced at Yang Yi. "I presume you obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter, right?" Yang Yi smiled indeed. "I'm here to free you." The old man asked, "You can accomplish that with your current strength?" Yang Yi nodded. "I should be able to. However, I have a question. Why were you imprisoned here?" Had always been very curious about that, because it was definitely not the Lord of the Heaven, Dao who imprisoned the old man here. The formation that imprisoned the old man was done by a cultivator. The old man remained silent for a short while, and then he said, "A mysterious person. I don't know who he was. All I do know is that there was another snake that was imprisoned at the same time as me." A snake. Yang Yi glanced at the old man. Obviously, it was the ancient Emperor Python. Why was the ancient Emperor Python imprisoned? It was because of its vicious nature, and because it wreaked havoc everywhere. Obviously, the old man wasn't a good person as well. Otherwise, that expert wouldn't have imprisoned the old man. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he walked over to the old man and said, "I promised you that I would free you when I had the ability. Now, I'm here to fulfill my promise." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and the sword precursor appeared in his grasp. The old man's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw the sword precursor, a sword that surpasses the known ranks of quality. Yang Yi nodded, and then he raised it and swung it. Crack! A clear and resounding crack resounded, and then the iron chains that imprisoned the old man broke into pieces. Bang! Meanwhile, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out from within the old man. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because the old man was a dualism realm expert. What did that represent? It represented that the old man was once a rebirth realm expert, and then his cultivation was suppressed upon arriving here. After all, this place wasn't the forbidden area of the ominous territory. Huff. The old man took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "That sword of yours could have cut these chains that day? So why didn't you do so?" Yang Yi glanced at the old man and said, "No matter what, you're free now, and I've fulfilled my promise. Farewell." Suddenly, the old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. "That sword. I want it." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you trying to say? You don't understand?" The old man spoke coldly. "I said that I want that sword." Yang Yi replied, "What if I refuse?" "Then die." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man slapped his palm at Yang Yi. However, Blood Maiden suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Chapter 15:01 I'm so afraid. The old man's expression instantly changed when Blood Maiden appeared before him. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden took a step forward, and then the surroundings were instantly transformed into an ocean of blood. Who are you?" "You." The old man's horrified voice came from within the ocean of blood, and it didn't take long for his horrified cries to become shrill cries. A short while passed before the surroundings fell silent. An instant later, the ocean of blood vanished, and Blood Maiden appeared in front of Yang Yi. The old man wasn't dead, but he was on the verge of it. At this moment, the old man was lying by Blood Maiden's feet, and he was on the verge of death. Besides that, his eyes were filled with fear as he gazed at Blood Maiden. Yang Yi gazed at the terrible state that the old man was in, and he shook his head. The old man was once a rebirth realm expert, and he was definitely extremely strong. But could he be compared to Blood Maiden? Moreover, the old man was once a rebirth realm expert, but he was just at the dualism realm right now. Coupled with the fact that he'd been imprisoned for so many years, his body wasn't at its peak. So, how could he be a match for Blood Maiden? No, it should be said that he didn't even have the ability to fight back against her. After all, Blood Maiden was at the rebirth realm right now. The reason she was still at the rebirth realm and not the dualism realm was that she hadn't left the ominous territory. If she left and entered this place again, then she would be at the dualism realm. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden asked, "Why did you tell me to keep him alive?" Yang Yi replied, "I wanted to recruit him to fight for me." Blood Maiden glanced at him, and then she waved her hand. The old man suddenly let out a shrill cry, and then his figure cracked apart before countless strands of blood flowed into Blood Maiden. Yang Yi was stunned and asked, "Why?" She shook her head. "You can't control such an expert. Even if his soul falls into your hands, he'll have many ways to kill you. Even though your strength isn't bad, it's still extremely inferior when compared to an expert like him. The ability of rebirth realm experts is beyond your imagination." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "I thought I could get a powerful expert on my side." "You knew he would attack you?" Blood Maiden continued. "Is that why you brought me with you?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not that great. It's just best to always be wary of others. I brought you here just in case. I never expected that he would really intend to attack me." Blood Maiden said, "Even though you're a semi-deity, he's a rebirth realm expert. You're like an ant to him. However, you had something that was tempting to him, so he naturally intended to act against you. It's obvious that a person like him is ruthless and doesn't live by any principles. So, it's best to eliminate him. Otherwise, if he stays with you, he'll bring calamity to you, sooner or later." Yang Yi nodded. Blood Maiden made absolute sense. Based on his current strength, he really couldn't control a rebirth realm expert. After all, the old man was many realms of cultivation above him. Meanwhile, Blood Maiden suddenly said, "I'm leaving." Yang Yi gazed at her. "You're going to meet Nether Maiden and the others?" Blood Maiden nodded, and then she looked at him. "What about you?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm returning to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, and then I'll be going to the Large World." The Large World? Blood Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly. She remained silent for a long time before she said, "You've helped us many times, and especially this time caused their plan to be completely spoiled. They even lost 2 rebirth realm experts because of you. You're definitely being targeted by them now. It's very dangerous for you to go there." Yang Yi replied, "I have to go no matter how dangerous it is." He didn't know how Zier and Snowy were, and he couldn't rest at ease until he saw them. Blood Maiden nodded. "You possess extraordinary natural talent, great karmic luck, and fortune. I believe you won't die earlier." Yang Yi asked, "How do I find all of you in the future?" There was actually a reason why Head asked this question. He was thinking that if he encountered an enemy that he couldn't defeat, then he would immediately ask for help from them. Based on the relationship he had with them, asking for favors like this wouldn't be a big deal at all. How could Blood Maiden not realize what he was thinking? She shook her head and chuckled. "We'll naturally arrive when we should." She paused for a moment and continued, "There's no benefit from knowing our whereabouts, because that represents that the Oracle will definitely target you. You can't endure her schemes right now, and so long as you don't go to the Large World, she probably won't look for trouble with you. After all, her energy is mostly focused on us sisters." Yang Yi rubbed his nose and said, "Fine. See you next time." Blood Maiden nodded slightly, and then she patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. "Take care." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure transformed into a ball of blood-red mist and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi took a deep breath once she left, and then he left the underground chamber. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi arrived at Spirit Village. As soon as he did, a hand descended on his shoulder. Obviously, it was Imo Ling. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Long time no see, Miss Imo Ling." Imo Ling didn't speak. She just patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. Obviously, she was greeting him. Yang Yi smiled, and then he entered the village. Yang Yi met the village leader, Imoku, in a room. Yang Yi said, "Village leader Imoku, I'm here to tell you that there are no further restrictions in this place. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time through the eye of the heaven Tao here." As he spoke, he told Imoku a portion of what happened within the forbidden area of the ominous territory. A long time passed before Imoku glanced at Yang Yi with a complicated expression in his eyes. "I never expected you to have entered the forbidden area, and what surprised me even more is that you encountered so much in there." Yang Yi smiled. "I didn't expect it either." He really hadn't thought about passing through Yellow Springs River, but he just happened to have done so. Fortunately, while Head almost died on many occasions, Head returned alive in the end. Moreover, his strength had improved tremendously. Imoku smiled and said, "It's not a bad thing for you." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Village leader Imoku, since you asked me to come back here, I presume you need something. May I know what it is? I'm quite curious." Imoku pondered deeply for a moment and said, "ID intended to make Imo Ling go with you and ask you to take her out of this place. Because she was born here, she isn't targeted by the eye of the heaven Tao. If someone is willing to take her with them, then she can leave this place. Yet now," Yang Yi smiled, "now there's no need for that. You can return to your own world." Imoku nodded and said, "No matter what, thank you for your help." He flipped his palm, and a white jade box appeared before Yang Yi. "There are 10 energy pearls in here. Every single one of them contains energy that can instantly recover all your profound energy. It won't be a problem to fully replenish your spirit energy even if you attain the deity realm. It should be helpful to you." "Of course it is." Yang Yi didn't refuse it and took the box, and then he said, "Village leader Imoku, they'll be bidding my farewells if there's nothing else that you need. Until next time." Imoku nodded. "Until next time." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he turned around and walked away. When Yang Yi walked out of the village, a hand descended on his shoulder. Yang Yi stopped and said, "Miss Imo Ling, do you need something?" She moved her hand to his back and started writing. "Thank you." Those were the words that Imo Ling had written on his back. Yang Yi smiled. "Don't mention it. After all, I got a great deal from all of you too." Imo Ling started writing again. This time, Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face, because the words she wrote were, "You're a good person." A good person? Was Yang Yi a good person? Strictly speaking, he wasn't. However, Imo Ling said he was. Actually, that wasn't wrong. After all, most people's impression of another person was usually not an overall view, and it only depended on how that person treated them. If that person was good to them, then that person was naturally a good person to them. Similarly, if that person was bad to them, then that person was a bad person to them. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and smiled. "Miss Imo Ling, farewell. I hope we meet again." Imo Ling's hand started moving on Yang Yi's back. "We definitely will." Those were the words she wrote. "I really look forward to that." Haha. Yang Yi chuckled, and then his figure vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, Imoku appeared where Yang Yi had been standing. An extraordinary genius. Imoku continued, "Little girl, your natural talent is even better than his. Even though you've lost your body, it's fine. So long as we get back, our spirit race will definitely do all it can to rebuild your body." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked to his side and spoke softly, "Let's go." He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Because of Little Sky, the entire ominous territory was undergoing large-scale relocation. Countless people and demon beasts had started to leave the ominous territory with Little Sky's help. However, not all humans and demon beasts could leave. Some couldn't. They were naturally those who hadn't realized their mistakes. However, all of that wasn't Yang Yi's business. Little Sky had to worry about all of that. Yang Yi didn't go around the ominous territory. He just crushed the teleportation scroll and returned to Ominous City. As soon as he appeared on the teleportation platform that the Sher clan had built in the city, a figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than Lien Suyao. Yang Yi was about to speak when Lien Suyao spoke solemnly. "You're in big trouble." Yang Yi was slightly stunned and asked, "What trouble?" Lien Suyao spoke solemnly. "For some unknown reason, many geniuses have descended from the large world. All of them are looking for you, and they say that they want to take your head. You know, Many powers are helping them look for you right now. All the famous powers in the lower dimensions are looking for you. The geniuses of the large world? They're looking for me? To take my head? Yang Yi was stunned and said, "What's their cultivation?" Lien Suyao spoke solemnly. "The deity realm." "The deity realm?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned and said, "Deities are coming to kill me? I'm so afraid." Lien Suyao was at a loss for words. Chapter 1502 Plan? Plan my ass. The deity realm? He wasn't being arrogant, but he really didn't take deities seriously. Besides the strength he possessed, he had quite a few demon beasts with him. All those demon beasts were at the deity realm, especially the ancient Emperor Python. It could be considered as one of the strongest in the deity realm. As for his own strength, he was at the semi-deity realm. Coupled with the undying elemental body, elemental breaker, rebirth sword, and the casket lid, it could be said that he didn't even have to fear a dualism realm expert. Meanwhile, Lien Suyao suddenly asked, "Why are so many people from the large world looking for you?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. Besides Emo Xiaoling, there was no one else in the large world who had enmity with him. Of course, the Emperor Sect and War Pavilion too. However, according to Lien Suyao, those geniuses of the large world had come over a dozen days ago. At that time, he hadn't fought those two rebirth realm experts. So, it was impossible for those geniuses to have been sent by the War Pavilion and Emperor Sect. Since it wasn't them, then only Emo Xiaoling remained. Moreover, even Shirtian, who had encountered within the ominous territory, had said that Emo Xiaoling was constantly promising more and more things in the large world, so that others would come and kill him. Obviously, Emo Xiaoling had somehow succeeded at making them believe her. So, those geniuses and experts had specially descended to the lower dimensions just to look for trouble with him. Lien Suyao didn't repeat her quest when she saw Yang Yi remain silent, and she immediately spoke softly, "You stayed in the ominous territory for so long?" After she left the ominous territory, she hadn't gone in again because she got news that the geniuses from the large world were looking for Yang Yi. She was waiting for him to come out. However, she hadn't expected that this wait would go on for 2 months. Actually, she was on the verge of giving up, because she felt that Yang Yi had died in the ominous territory. Yang Yi was a very monstrous genius. However, the ominous territory was even more terrifying. Since he hadn't come out after going in there for so long and there was no news about him, she felt that he was probably dead. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually come out alive. Moreover, it seemed like Yang Yi's strength had improved tremendously again. Yang Yi nodded when he heard her, and then he said, "I suffered some setbacks in there. Fortunately, I got out of it safely. Right? There's no need to come here anymore in the future." Lien Suyao was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Actually, you can go in there in 2 or 3 days from now. Remember, no later than 3 days from now. Once you go in, just go all the way to the depths of the place. What you get depends on your own fortune." Many demon beasts and people in the ominous territory were leaving. However, the treasures and inheritances left behind by the people who'd died in there were definitely not going anywhere. Almost all the demon beasts and humans would have left in around 3 days. So, it was almost completely safe if someone went in there at that time. Simply speaking, she would be making use of the opportunity to gain what she could. Yang Yi was naturally not interested in doing that. Presently, ordinary treasures and inheritances weren't attractive to him at all. The exception would be a treasure better than the casket lid, or a technique better than the sword of rebirth. Otherwise, he didn't need any other treasures or techniques. Most importantly, he didn't want to waste more time. Had been in the ominous territory for so long. So Zhuang Weiran, Su Qingshi, and the others were definitely extremely worried about him. Now, all he wanted to do was go and see them. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at Lien Suyao and said, "Miss Lien, thank you for waiting here for me and providing this information to me. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewell." "Right, remember what I said. You can go in the ominous territory around 3 days from now. At that time, your gains will depend on your own luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to leave. However, Lien Suyao obstructed his path and asked, "You're heading back to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region?" Yang Yi nodded. Lin Suyao fell silent for a short while, and then she said, "It's best to stay away for now. I know you're very strong, but those fellows from the large world are at a higher level of cultivation than you. Moreover, it isn't just one or two who have come down here. You'll definitely fall into a difficult situation if you head back right now. If you stay away, then they'll definitely head back once they can't find you for some time." Yang Yi smiled and replied, "You want me to hide like a coward?" Lin Suyao shook her head. "I'm just telling you to avoid them for now. It's not worth going head-on against them. Once you've grown fully, they will definitely not be a match for you." Yang Yi smiled. "No matter what, thank you for your good intentions. However, I've made my decision. So, Miss Lin, see you next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stay a moment longer, and he vanished on the spot. Lin Suyao was stunned on the spot for a moment, and then she shook her head. "That fellow doesn't know how to make any compromises." Sigh. After he said farewell to Lin Suyao, Yang Yi entered the teleportation formation outside Ominous City. Presently, he was anxious to return. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Stellar City. He had no intention to stay, and he was about to enter the teleportation formation to Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. However, an old man appeared in front of him. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw the old man. He just happened to recognize the old man. It was the old man in a luxurious robe that had met when he went to look for Nangong Qin. There had been a young man who wanted to chop off his limbs that day, and it was this old man who'd taught that young man a lesson. The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Yi. "You've finally shown yourself." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The old man spoke solemnly. "My eldest young miss wants to see you. It's very urgent." The eldest young miss the old man spoke of was Nangong Qin, of course. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "All right, take me to her." The old man nodded, waved his hand, and withdrew a black robe. "Wear it." Yang Yi was stunned. "Why?" "My eldest young miss instructed me to give it to you, and she said that you must wear it." The old man spoke solemnly. "Young brother Yang, don't waste time. It's something urgent, and it's extremely important to you." Yang Yi glanced at the old man, and then he wore the robe. The robe was huge, and it completely covered his figure. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that it could even obstruct the divine sense of others. What the heck is all of this? Yang Yi was utterly puzzled. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Azure Cloud Merchant Group under the old man's lead. As soon as he entered the hall, Nangong Qin came to greet him. He was just about to speak when she spoke first. "Did anyone notice your presence?" "I don't think so." Meanwhile, the old man said, "As soon as I saw him on the teleportation formation, I immediately brought him here." Nangong Qin's expression eased up slightly. "That's great." Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "What exactly is all of this?" At this moment, Yang Yi was completely bewildered. What is all of this? Nangong Qin walked over to Yang Yi. "Tell me the truth. What did you do to make so many people from the large world come down here to look for you? Do you know how many are here looking for you? At this moment, there are no less than 100 of them. Moreover, many of them are deities. What sort of unforgivable crime did you commit?" Yang Yi shook his head. "So it's because of that. I didn't do anything unforgivable, and there's just some enmity between me and one person. It's probably that person who made them come down here." He paused for a moment and continued, "You made me wear this robe because you were afraid others would notice me? Why else?" Nangong Qin continued, "Do you know how many powers are looking for you? It isn't just the powers of the Eastern Territory. The powers of the other 3 territories are looking for you too. Moreover, there are even some 4-star stellar regions amongst them." Yang Yi frowned. "Why are they joining in as well?" "To curry favor." Nangong Qin spoke solemnly. "Who came down to our lower dimensions?" "The experts of the large world. They represent various different powers in the large world. So, if they can curry favor with these experts and the powers behind them, then it would naturally be extremely beneficial to them. So, many powers have started to look for you right now. However, they don't know you were in the ominous territory. Otherwise, you would have been surrounded as soon as you left the ominous territory. 4-star powers." Yang Yi's brows were pressed even more tightly together. "Do they have nothing better to do? Do they think I'm so easy to bully? No one thinks that. Meanwhile, Nangong Qin continued, however, they don't fear you as well. After all, you're just a voider. Even if you possess the stellar sword diagram, you're still just a voider. Not to mention that so many geniuses of the large world have descended here, and all those geniuses want your life. So, as far as they are concerned, you're definitely dead. Actually, let's not even talk about others. Even I think you're dead. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, now, seize this opportunity while no one has noticed your presence to hide and wait for all of this to pass. They should leave once they can't find you for some time. Yang Yi shook his head. It's fine. They're nothing to worry about. You still want to try and put on a show of strength at a time like this? Nangong Qin was quite displeased. Great men know when to take a step back and hide. I'm not asking you to kneel and beg for mercy. Is that so difficult? Yang Yi smiled. You're right. But I still have to face what I have to face. Running away can't solve any problems. Moreover, if I hide, then Zhuang Weiran and the others will definitely be the ones who have to endure all that pressure for me. Do you think I would let them do that? Nangong Qin was about to speak, but Yang Yi waved his hand. I've made my decision. There's no need to say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi was about to turn around and leave. However, the space in front of Nangong Qin suddenly trembled. It didn't take long for her face to become unsightly. Yang Yi asked, what's wrong? She glanced at him and said, a genius from the large world called Ma Wudi led other geniuses from the large world to clouds of heaven continent, and they've surrounded it. They said they're going to slaughter the entire continent if you don't show yourself. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. A moment later, he turned around with the intention of leaving. However, Nangong Qin suddenly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Besides Mu Wudi and those other geniuses, a 4-star stellar region from the Northern Territory is there with them. That power sent many deities with them. So, you can't be impulsive. We must consider the matter and come up with a plan. A plan? Plan my ass. I'm going to advance to the returnal rank in slaughter intent today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished from the hall. Chapter 1503. What will you do? Bite me? After Yang Yi's figure vanished, Nangong Qin was stunned on the spot. Has he gone mad? Those fellows from the large world aren't ordinary at all. Moreover, 4-star stellar regions have joined forces with them. But he actually says he wants to attain returnal rank slaughter intent. What is he planning? Nangong Qin was stunned for a while before she slowly clenched her fist, and then she gazed at the old man. Elder Hua, summon all our deities and come with me. Elder Hua hesitated for a moment and said, eldest young miss, Yang Yi has no chance. He can act like a madman, but we can't go mad with him. After all, the slightest mistake might cause our merchant group to suffer eternal damnation. Nangong Qin spoke abruptly. What do you think about his intelligence? The old man was slightly stunned. Obviously, he hadn't expected her to ask this question. He hesitated for a moment and replied, he seems to be more rash than wise, but he's actually meticulous. He seemed to have thought of something at this point, and a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. You're saying that he dares to do that because he's confident? Nangong Qin nodded slightly. He isn't a rash fellow. Since he dares to face them on his own, he's definitely confident. Of course, even if he isn't confident, we still have to help him. If we can enjoy success with him, then we naturally have to go through difficulties with him as well. Elder Hua spoke solemnly. Eldest young miss, you plan to tie us together with him. She spoke softly. Our Azure Cloud merchant group has been tied to him for a long time. The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. Yang Yi had potential, huge potential. If Yang Yi didn't die, his future would be limitless. However, Yang Yi was absolutely amazing at causing trouble. So, it was extremely dangerous to follow Yang Yi. However, the old man knew that their merchant group didn't have a way out anymore. Because Azure Cloud Merchant Group's relationship with Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was no secret. They had no choice but to choose Yang Yi. The old man restrained his thoughts, turned around, and left. In just a few breaths of time, he appeared within the hall again, and there were 5 old men behind him. Let's go. As soon as Nangong Qin gave the order, all of them vanished from the hall. At this moment, practically everyone in the lower dimensions knew Yang Yi. In the past, he was just comparatively famous in the Eastern Territory. Yet now, almost the entire lower dimensions were aware of his name, because he was the first person who made countless geniuses come down from the large world to kill him. Everyone was curious about what Yang Yi had done to actually make them come for his head. Even though Yang Yi had the stellar sword diagram, he was only a threat to 4-star stellar regions. After all, Yang Yi's cultivation was too low. So, many powers hadn't hesitated to choose those geniuses who had come down from the large world. Moreover, they used all their ability to help those geniuses find Yang Yi. If Yang Yi hadn't gone into the ominous territory, he would have been found by now. In the beginning, they just searched all around for Yang Yi, but Yang Yi never showed himself. It was like Yang Yi had evaporated into thin air. This made those geniuses from the large world start to go to extremes. An example of it was acting against Clouds of Heaven Continent. They intended to use Clouds of Heaven Continent to make Yang Yi show himself. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Before this, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had practically become a forbidden area in the Eastern Territory due to Yang Yi's reputation, because all powers had strictly prohibited their members from offending Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. But from some moment in time, the members of countless powers had appeared around Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. There were experts from the Eastern Territory and other territories. Presently, as far as everyone was concerned, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region would definitely cease to exist. Yang Yi was the reason that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was strong. So long as he was alive, even 4-star stellar regions would dare not rashly offend Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Yet now, so many geniuses had come down from the large world to look for Yang Yi, and many 4-star stellar regions had joined them. So, could Yang Yi survive them? As far as everyone was concerned, Yang Yi was no different than a dead man walking. Clouds of Heaven City. Because many powers had come to their stellar region, the war god formation around the city had been activated, and everyone within the city was ready for battle. In the air above the city, Zhuang Weiren stood there with her hands behind her back, and Peacekeeper was by her side. Yi Luyun and the other forces of the city were standing behind her. A young man was standing not too far ahead of her. The young man seemed to be just a little over 20 years old, and there was a very long ponytail behind his head. It practically reached his heels. The young man seemed quite evil based on his outward appearance. On his left was a young man in a violet robe and a woman in a dark blue dress. The young man in a violet robe spoke abruptly. "Brother Ma, she's Zhuang Weiran, and she's called the War God. Even though she's just a semi-deity, her strength far surpasses deities. Brother Ma, you absolutely must not underestimate her." War God. The young man with a ponytail gazed at Zhuang Weiran, and then an evil smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "I presume her strength is definitely not bad. I just wonder if she can be considered a war god in bed." Ha ha ha. The violet-robed young man smiled. "Brother Ma, if you want to know, you can try for yourself once we capture her, right? I have to try. After all, she's truly beautiful." The young man revealed an evil smile while his gaze ceaselessly roamed Zhuang Weiren's body while displaying undisguised greed and lust. Suddenly, Zhuang Weiren attacked. She took Peacekeeper in her hand and instantly arrived before the young man, and then she stabbed it forward. The young man revealed a cold smile as he slammed his fist forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then both of them moved away from each other. Zhuang Weiran moved around 100 m back while the young man moved around 100 m back as well. The young man glanced at his hand. At this moment, it had cracked open, and it caused a ferocious expression to cover his face. He looked up at Zhuang Weiran and spoke fiercely, "Woman, they'll fuck you to death." Suddenly, a voice resounded. "What did you say?" Yi Luyun and the others were stunned when they heard this voice, and then they were overjoyed. A wisp of happiness had even flashed through Zhuang Weiren's eyes. At the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief, because that voice belonged to Yang Yi. Yang Yi had gone to the ominous territory for almost 2 months, and it was like head vanished. It would be an absolute lie if she said that she wasn't worried about him. After all, The ominous territory was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Yang Yi was back now. Had returned safely. Yang Yi appeared before Zhuang Weiran. Everyone heaved sighs of relief when they saw him. The pressure clouds of Heaven's stellar region had suffered throughout this period was huge, especially Zhuang Weiran and the others, because they didn't just have to face the geniuses from the large world, they had to face some 4-star stellar regions from the lower dimensions. Most importantly, they hadn't heard anything from Yang Yi, and it was like had vanished. That was the source of the greatest amount of pressure they experienced. Luckily, Yang Yi had returned. Zhuang Weiran took Yang Yi's hand and spoke softly. You got the spring of life? Yang Yi shook his head, causing her face to instantly stiffen. Meanwhile, he added, but I'm a semi-deity now. Zhuang Weiran's face eased up. She was about to speak when Yang Yi smiled. Let me deal with the matters here first. She nodded slightly. Be careful. Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked at the young man with a ponytail. The young man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the young man when his figure appeared once more. After that, he slammed his fist at the young man. Yang Yi was extremely swift, so his fist was in front of the young man's head when the young man had finally reacted. The young man was shocked and caught off guard, so he could only slam his fist forward as well. Bang! The young man's right arm exploded apart, and his figure was blasted flying. Meanwhile, the violet-robed young man and woman recovered from their shock as well, and they were about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly stopped chasing after the young man with a ponytail, and he gazed at them before slamming his fist at them. Boom! Everyone watched with shock as the violet-robed young man and the woman in a dark blue dress were blasted around 10 kilometers away. Everyone here was stunned. Yang Yi is actually so terrifying? Even Zhuang Weiran was slightly stunned. Obviously, she hadn't expected him to have become so strong. Yang Yi paid no further attention to the violet-robed young man and the woman. His figure shot over to the young man with a ponytail, and then he slammed his fist forward again. Even though Head lost an arm to Yang Yi, the young man didn't take long to calm down. So, he was mentally prepared when Yang Yi arrived before him again. As soon as Yang Yi swung that punch at him, a golden shield appeared in front of him. The golden shield was covered in sharp spikes, but Yang Yi's fist didn't stop at all. Boom! The golden shield exploded into pieces while the young man's figure was blasted away while repeatedly spitting out mouthfuls of blood. It was being suppressed. Utterly suppressed. No one had expected a genius from the large world to be utterly suppressed by Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stop. He was about to attack again when the violet-robed young man suddenly howled with fury. Stop him! As soon as he gave the order, 6 old men suddenly appeared in the sky. Deities! 6 old men had instantly surrounded Yang Yi, and then they released their auras towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the young man with a ponytail spoke fiercely. Don't kill him. I want living to be worse than death for him. Yang Yi ignored the young man and gazed at the violet-robed young man instead. Which stellar region are you from? The violet-robed young man glanced at Yang Yi and said, Southern Territories Nether Emperor Stellar Region. A 4-star stellar region. Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, Southern Territories Nether Emperor Stellar Region. You'll remember that. You'll remember it? What a joke. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the violet-robed young man's mouth. What are you going to do about it? Bite me? How laughable. He seemed like he had nothing to fear. Chapter 1504 Yang Yi has a reverse scale too. The violet-robed young man was naturally not afraid. There were 6 deities in front of him, and he had the Nether Emperor Stellar Region backing him. So, did he have to fear Yang Yi? As far as he was concerned, he naturally didn't. The violet-robed young man didn't wait for Yang Yi to reply and pointed at the young man with a ponytail. Yang Yi, do you know who he is? He's young Master Ma Wudi from the Ma clan in the large world. Do you know the Ma clan? It's an extraordinary clan. You. Yang Yi suddenly waved his hand and interrupted the violet-robed young man. Since you are not willing to leave, then stay. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then the ancient Emperor Python and the 2 celestial demon wolves appeared before him. Everyone here was stunned by the sight of them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi ignored the others here and just waved his hand. Kill them all. The Emperor Python was the first to attack. It swept its huge tail at the deities around Yang Yi, and Big Blackie and Little Blackie followed closely behind its tail. Even though there were 6 deities around Yang Yi, the Emperor Python and the others were more than enough to deal with them. Yang Yi paid no further attention to their battle, and he looked at Ma Wuti instead. No one can save you today. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot at Ma Wuti. Ma Wuti's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi attacked. The collision he had with Yang Yi earlier allowed him to be clearly aware that Yang Yi's strength far surpassed his own. Earlier, he felt that Yang Yi would definitely die under the joint forces of those 6 deities, and that was why he hadn't fled. Yet now, at this moment, he didn't have the chance to flee anymore. He could only go head-on against Yang Yi. The profound energy within his body surged madly. When Yang Yi's fist shot down towards his head, a golden ray of light suddenly erupted from within Ma Wuti. It was extremely swift and instantly enveloped both him and Yang Yi. But just a moment passed before it shattered amidst a loud explosion, and then Ma Wuti was blasted away again. Yang Yi didn't stop and was about to pursue Ma Wuti. However, Ma Wuti suddenly withdrew a flag, and then he transformed into a ball of violet light that vanished on the spot. A dimensional teleportation flag. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because he couldn't sense Ma Wuti's aura anymore. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the cry, and they saw the body of a deity being transformed into pieces by a swing of the Emperor Python's tail. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the violet-robed young man suddenly spoke with fury. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to become enemies with my Nether Emperor Stellar region? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected the demon beasts Yang Yi summoned to be so strong. In just a short while, they'd killed one of the deities from Nether Emperor Stellar region. Yang Yi gazed at the violet-robed young man. Where did that fellow go? The violet-robed young man spoke fiercely. Yang Yi, if you don't make those demon beasts stop right now, clouds of heaven's stellar region will suffer calamity. You. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the young man when he appeared once more. The young man was shocked. He was about to react when 2 types of intent pressed down upon him like 2 mountains, causing his figure to stiffen for a moment. It was exactly that moment which allowed Yang Yi to grab the young man's throat. The violet-robed young man's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. Obviously, he hadn't expected himself to be captured by Yang Yi. Even though he didn't possess Ma Wuti's strength, he was still a semi-deity. Actually, the violet-robed young man wasn't weak, but Yang Yi wasn't an existence that semi-deities could resist. Not to mention a semi-deity, even ordinary deities couldn't fight Yang Yi. Yang Yi's current strength was sufficient to fight dualism realm experts, and he was even capable of killing them. So, semi-deities weren't on the same level as him any longer. Yang Yi raised the violet-robed young man in front of him. He'll ask you one last time. Where did he go? Horror ran through the young man's heart as he gazed at Yang Yi's calm gaze, but he didn't want to display any weakness. So, he immediately said, Yang Yi, you really intend to go against my Nether Emperor Stellar region? You. Crack. The violet-robed young man's voice stopped abruptly while accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. A moment later, Yang Yi released his grasp, and then the violet-robed young man's head fell off his neck. Pooh! A fountain of blood shot up from the young man's neck. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the young man's corpse was instantly obliterated. After that, he gazed at the woman who was stunned on the spot. Where did that fellow go? The woman returned to her senses when she heard him, and her eyes were filled with fear when she looked at him. Yang Yi said, You refuse to tell me too? The woman's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, He has probably gone to Nether Emperor Stellar region. As soon as she finished speaking, she added, Do you realize what you're doing? Doing this is equivalent to declaring war with my Nether Emperor Stellar region. You declare war? Yang Yi laughed coldly. You're right. From this moment onward, I'm officially declaring war with Nether Emperor Stellar Region. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm and a sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he swung it. An array of sword energy shot forward. Right at the moment the sword energy shot forward, a black-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of the woman, and then a beam of black light surged out from him. Boom! An explosion resounded. Yang Ye's sword energy and the beam of black energy vanished. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man and the woman were blasted around 3 kilometers away. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and they saw another deity had been obliterated by the Emperor Python's tail. In just less than 10 minutes, only 4 of the 6 deities remained. Moreover, at the moment Yang Yi said that he was declaring war against Nether Emperor Stellar Region, Zhuang Weiran had led all the other forces of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region into battle, and they attacked the remaining 4 deities. She was very well aware that since Yang Yi had said that, he would definitely do as he said. Since Yang Yi said he was declaring war on Nether Emperor Stellar Region, it represented that there was no room for reconciliation between Nether Emperor Stellar Region and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Just as Yang Yi always said, since they were enemies, it was best to kill them all. So, she had chosen to attack decisively. After Zhuang Weiran and the others joined the battle, those 4 deities couldn't even fight back anymore. Not to mention fighting back, they couldn't even flee, because they couldn't outrun the celestial demon wolves. Just like that, it took around 10 minutes for all 4 of those remaining deities to be killed. The black-robed old man stared at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, you really do like to do things without leaving any room to maneuver. We'll meet again very soon. Trust me." As soon as he finished speaking, a flat appeared in his right grasp, and then a ray of light erupted from it. A moment later, the black-robed man and the woman vanished on the spot. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he turned to look at Zhuang Weiran. "All of you stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave, but Zhuang Weiran appeared in front of him. "Where are you going?" Yang Yi replied, "Nether Emperor Stellar Region." Her expression changed slightly. "What?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." She said, "It isn't necessary." She naturally knew why he was going there. It was definitely because of her. Because Ma Wudi had insulted her just now. Even though she wanted to kill him too, Yang Ye's safety was even more important to her. "It is necessary." Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm a person who likes to think of the worst-case scenario. Just think about it. If I didn't return, or if something happened to me, then what would happen to you in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region? I'm a vengeful person. Since they wanted to kill you, then I'll kill them." As he spoke, he combed her hair gently. "Don't worry about me. If I choose to flee, then there's practically no one in the lower dimensions who can do anything to me. Even if I don't flee, there's practically no one who can do anything to me. Just take good care of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed the Emperor Python and the others into the primordial pagoda and vanished on the spot. Zhuang Weiran was slightly stunned, and then she intended to pursue him. However, Yi Luyan grabbed her hand, and then Yi Luyan shook her head at Zhuang Weiran. "You can't stop him. Even though he looks calm on the surface, rage is surging through his heart. His reverse scale is his loved ones, and that's all of you. Ma Wudi and Nether Emperor Stellar Region targeted you this time, and it's equivalent to touching his reverse scale. A dragon goes berserk when its reverse scale is touched, but his temper is worse than a dragon. So, how could he possibly restrain himself?" Zhuang Weiran shook her head slightly. "It's dangerous. He won't do something that he isn't confident in." Yi Luyun said, "Didn't you notice? He's much stronger than before. Moreover, I think that he's even stronger than we think." Zhuang Weiran understood that, but she still couldn't help but feel worried about him. She really wanted to go with Yang Yi, but she had to stay here and protect Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. After all, many other powers were watching Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region from the shadows. So, if she went with Yang Yi, she wouldn't be of any help to him. In the past, she was much stronger than him. However, in just a few years, Yang Yi had surpassed her. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun took Zhuang Weiran's hand and said, "Come, let's start preparing to deal with the trouble he's going to create." Zhuang Weiran looked up at the sky and nodded. and then she vanished on the spot with Yi Luyun. After he left clouds of heaven continent, Yang Yi intended to go straight towards Stellar City. But right when he was about to enter the teleportation formation, a man suddenly obstructed his path. The man asked, "You're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi nodded. "I've been looking for you." A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "I'm from the large world, and am taking your head. Now." Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. 3 overlapped heaven rings. As soon as he finished doing that, he turned around and entered the teleportation formation. A moment of silence ensued here. Hiss. Suddenly, the man's body split open at the center, and his internal organs sprayed out along with his blood. Chapter 15:05 Malicious Intent. After Yang Yi entered the teleportation formation, a man and a woman suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had stood a moment ago. The woman spoke solemnly, "He's really strong." The man nodded slightly. "Even though he's a semi-deity, his strength far surpasses deities." The woman asked, "Can you resist that attack?" The man pondered deeply for a long time, and then he replied, "I can. However, they'll be heavily injured." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "I never expected such a genius to exist in the lower dimensions." "Junior sister, don't underestimate the lower dimensions." Meanwhile, the man spoke abruptly, "You must realize that while the lower dimensions had much lesser advantages when compared to our large world, the quality of geniuses that grow in such an environment is much greater than the geniuses of our large world. For example, during the time of Jian Wuji and the Unfettered One, the geniuses of our large world couldn't compete with them at all." When he spoke up to this point, the man paused for a moment. As for Yang Yi, the woman asked, "Do you think he can compare to Jian Wuji and the Unfettered One?" The man replied, "I can't see through his true strength, and I don't know what accomplishments the Unfettered One and Jian Wuji attained all those years ago. However, even if he's inferior to them, it wouldn't be much inferior. Moreover, once his strength matures, he would be even more terrifying than them." The woman was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "He's ruthless." The man spoke solemnly. Even though Jian Wuji was strong, he had a sense of kindness, justice, and was reasonable. As for the Unfettered One, while he liked to challenge people, he merely challenged them. He didn't kill randomly or go to extremes. But Yang Yi, just see what he has done in the lower dimensions. He has practically killed his way up to his current accomplishments. His character is too extreme. Just like what happened a moment ago. He clearly knew that fellow was from our large world, but he still drew his sword and killed that fellow. Such a person either dies earlier or lives a life of madness. The man took a deep breath at this point and continued, "Let's head back. While the rewards that little she-devil promised are tempting, our lives are more important. Moreover, I don't want to offend such a maleficent existence for our sect." The woman nodded. "It is better to avoid offending such a person." The man said, "I don't know what enmity there is between that little she-devil and Yang Yi, but I know that once Yang Yi heads up to the large world, the Divine Phoenix clan will be in trouble. However, that little she-devil isn't weak, and I heard she even subdued the #1 divine flame of the Divine Phoenix clan. Haha, I really look forward to the day Yang Yi heads up into the large world." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's figure vanished on the spot, and the woman followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in Stellar City. He was about to use the teleportation formation that led to the Southern Territory, but Nangong Qin suddenly appeared in front of him. She asked, "You're going to Nether Emperor Stellar region?" Yang Yi nodded. "If you want to stop me, then don't waste your breath." Nangong Qin spoke softly. "Why don't you just make a compromise and avoid further trouble?" She was a merchant, and merchants stressed upon earning wealth in peace. So, she really didn't understand Yang Yi's actions. Simply speaking, she felt he was too rash and impulsive. Make a compromise? Yang Yi laughed coldly. "Oh, my eldest young miss, your thoughts are truly laughable. Let me ask you something. If something happened to me, and I never returned, then what would happen to clouds of heaven stellar region, my subordinates, and my wives? The consequences they faced would definitely be 100 times worse than you can ever imagine." Nangong Qin remained silent. Because Yang Yi was right. If he hadn't returned, then clouds of heaven stellar region. No, everyone and everything related to Yang Yi would have suffered calamity. Because they would definitely do anything to make Yang Yi show himself. Humans were kind on many occasions, but they were evil on even more occasions. Nangong Qin sighed softly and flicked a ray of white light into the center of Yang Yi's forehead. This is all the information I have about Nether Emperor Stellar Region. It should be helpful to you. Yang Yi glanced at her, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stay a moment longer and entered the teleportation formation. That fellow. Nangong Qin shook her head and vanished on the spot. 3 days later, Yang Yi walked out from a teleportation formation, and then he glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, he was in the Southern Territory. Yang Yi closed his eyes on the spot and scanned through the information Nangong Qin had provided him. Around 10 breaths of time later, he opened his eyes ago, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. Based on the information Nangong Qin had provided him, the Southern Territory had 2 4-star stellar regions. One of them was Nether Emperor Stellar Region. As a 4-star stellar region, it was naturally not weak, and just the known deities he had was a total of 37. Moreover, that was just the forces they revealed on the surface, and no one knew how many experts they had in secret. As for semi-deities, they were simply uncountable. It could be said that clouds of heaven stellar region couldn't compare to Nether Emperor stellar region, and that was why Nangong Qin had tried to stop him. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at Nether Emperor stellar region. As soon as he did, an old man appeared before him. The old man's aura locked onto Yang Yi. State your name. Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it, and then he vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, the old man's figure stiffened on the spot. An instant later, the center of his brows cracked open. After that, the crack grew larger and larger, and it gradually ran through the old man's entire body. Had been killed in an instant. Instantly killing ordinary deities wasn't difficult for Yang Yi right now. Nether Emperor Continent. Nether Emperor Palace. In the palace, a middle-aged man sat on the seat of the host. He was the renowned Netherlord of Nether Emperor Stellar Region, Li Tsangming. Perhaps no one knew Li Tsangming in the Eastern Territory, but he was renowned throughout the Southern Territory. Because he was the #1 expert of the Southern Territory, there were 17 black-robed old men in front of him. All of them were deities. Besides the old men, there was one other person, Ma Wudi. At this moment, Ma Wudi's face was extremely gloomy for some reason. Li Tsangming suddenly asked, Yang Yi really killed 6 of our deities? One of the black-robed old men stepped forward. Yes. Besides that, he declared war on our stellar region. Li Tsangming nodded. Very good. Meanwhile, Ma Wudi suddenly stepped forward. Lordly, when are we attacking clouds of heaven stellar region? The reason he hadn't fled back to the large world was because he was waiting for Nether Emperor Stellar Region to attack. How could he be willing to go back until he washed away the humiliation had suffered? Li Tsangming glanced at Ma Wudi. Young Master Ma, it's best for you to return to the large world. Return? Ma Wudi spoke fiercely. I won't return until Yang Yi is dead. Lordly, Yang Yi killed 6 deities from your stellar region. Are you going to just let it go? Li Tsangming shook his head. He can't be underestimated. We have to give the matter further thought and planning. I don't care. Ma Wudi spoke coldly. Lordly, if your stellar region wants to ascend to the large world, then it must accept a test from the large world. It's my Ma clan who's administering the test this time. Li Kaming's eyes narrowed slightly. Young Master Ma, are you threatening me? I dare not. Ma Wudi spoke indifferently. I'm just giving you a reminder. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man stepped forward. My lord, we can't just let it go. The entire lower dimensions are watching us. They're waiting to see how well counterattack. If we don't, then our reputation will definitely plummet. That's extremely disadvantageous to us. Another old man stepped forward and spoke. Indeed, clouds of heaven stellar region is a weak power. If we don't counterattack, then how would we maintain our dignity? So, we must attack and make an example of them. We must let others know that our Nether Emperor stellar region isn't an existence that just anyone can offend. Li Sangming was about to speak when his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he looked up. Someone is coming, and it's with ill intent. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Bang! Meanwhile, a loud explosion resounded throughout Nether Emperor continent. The defensive formation which covered the continent rumbled and shattered into pieces while everyone watched with shock. After that, a ray of light shot down towards the main city of the continent, Nether Emperor City. A powerful enemy is attacking. Everyone here was stunned. Who dares to attack Nether Emperor continent? In the sky above the city, the ray of light dispersed to reveal Yang Yi before Li Sangming and the others. Ma Wudi instantly revealed a hideous expression on his face when he saw Yang Yi. Li Sangming gazed at Yang Yi. You're Yang Yi, right? Everyone here was stunned when they heard Li Sangming. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to come here. Moreover, had even come alone. What's he doing here? Is he here to give his life away? Yang Yi didn't answer Li Sangming. He glanced at the surroundings, and then his gaze descended onto Ma Wudi. The heavens are benevolent, and so am I. Cut off that fellow's head and give it to me, and I'll leave. All right? You want my head? How laughable. Ma Wudi revealed a wisp of ridicule on the corners of his mouth. Yang Yi, who do you think you are? Yang Yi ignored Ma Wudi and gazed at Li Sangming instead. What do you think? Li Sangming looked Yang Yi in the eyes. What if I refuse? Yang Yi nodded. Then I'll take all of your heads. In any case, that's what I want to do. You. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man ridiculed. You want to take our heads? How laughable. Yang Yi, we're standing right here. Come, let me see how you take our heads. Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. In just an instant, Head sheathed his sword again. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man who was speaking had stiffened on the spot. A moment later, his head rolled off his neck and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Everyone here was stunned. Chapter 1506 10 Deities? That just takes 10 attacks. At this moment, the expressions of everyone here had changed. A deity had been killed in an instant. Yang Yi had actually killed a deity in an instant. The black-robed old man was a deity, but a deity had actually been instantly annihilated by a semi-deity. At this moment, a trace of fear and panic had arisen in all their hearts. Even Ma Wudi was stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually kill a deity in an instant. Even though he could defeat deities too, he was absolutely incapable of killing a deity in an instant. But Yang Yi had succeeded. Obviously, he wasn't on the same level as Yang Yi. Ma Wudi wasn't the only one. Li Songhai had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well. He knew that Yang Yi was very strong and was a monstrous genius because Head gathered information on Yang Yi. However, all that information was mistaken, because the information said that Yang Yi wasn't this terrifying. When Yang Yi fought the celestial demon lord that day, Head utilized demon beasts and other treasures. Yet now, Yang Yi hadn't used anything but his sword, yet Head instantly annihilated a deity. Li Sangming knew that Head severely underestimated Yang Yi's strength. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly patted the Emperor Python. Kill. Kill to your heart's content. Roar. The Emperor Python roared with fury, and then its tail swept towards Li Sangming and the others. The space in the surroundings instantly collapsed before it, and everyone here was surrounded by a huge black hole. Big Blackie and Little Blackie didn't stand by idly, and they charged at Li Kangming's group as well. Meanwhile, around a dozen terrifying auras shot up into the sky from down below. It didn't take long for 14 more old men to appear in the sky. Deities. All of them were deities. At this moment, Nether Emperor Stellar Region had 30 deities if Li Sangming was included. 30 deities. In next to no time, 5 deities surrounded the Emperor Python. While it was 5 against 1, the Emperor Python wasn't at a disadvantage at all, and it even firmly suppressed them. However, because it was fighting the joint forces of 5 deities, it couldn't kill them in a short amount of time. As for Big Blackie and Little Blackie, they were surrounded by 15 deities. Because of the number of enemies they faced, they were at a disadvantage. However, their defenses were too strong, so those deities couldn't do anything to them as well. At this moment, Yang Yi was surrounded as well. If Li Tsangming was included, he was surrounded by a total of 10 deities. 10 deities. Meanwhile, Ma Wudi laughed coldly. Yang Yi, aren't you really strong? Why don't you display that strength right now? Yang Yi gazed at Ma Wudi, and it caused Ma Wudi's expression to change slightly. He instinctively moved in Li Kangming's direction. After he saw Yang Yi kill a deity in an instant just now, had already gone over to Li Kangming's side. Obviously, he was afraid that Yang Yi would kill him too, because he couldn't stop that attack. A genius from the large world? Yang Yi shook his head. That? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi glanced at the 10 deities around him. 10 deities? That just takes 10 swings of my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and swung it. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then the head of a deity flew up into the air while accompanied by a torrent of blood. A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through Li Kangming's eyes. Kill him! As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards Yang Yi, and the other 8 people followed closely behind him. Ma Wudi intended to join the battle as well. However, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. How could that be possible? A strange scene was playing out on the battlefield. Li Tsangming and the others were besieging Yang Yi, but Yang Yi didn't flee or seem to be suppressed like Ma Wudi had expected. Conversely, in just a few breaths of time, Yang Yi had killed 2 more deities. Moreover, Yang Yi was completely unharmed. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't try to defend himself at all, and he just allowed his enemies' attacks to strike him. Even though they attacked like madmen, Yang Yi had forcefully endured all those attacks. It made sense because Yang Yi's body was at the undying realm. Coupled with the undying elemental body technique, his body was even more terrifying than the Emperor Python. Not to mention the attacks of deities, he could even forcefully resist the attacks of dualism realm experts. So, even if Li Tsangming had a large group fighting against Yang Yi, they weren't able to gain an advantage over him and even lost 2 of their companions to him. At this moment, Li Tsangming and the others were absolutely shocked, because Yang Yi's physical defenses were too terrifying. Even though their attacks affected Yang Yi was completely fine, and he was merely pushed back or turned slightly pale at most. Besides that, he didn't seem to be affected at all, and he didn't even lose a single drop of blood. However, Yang Yi's attacks were absolutely capable of taking their lives with just a single hit. The longer they fought, the more shocked they were, and the more horrified they felt. However, Yang Yi seemed like head gone mad, and he grew stronger and more insane as the battle progressed. A while later, 2 more deities lost their heads. At this moment, Li Kangming's side was down to 6 deities. Stop! Suddenly, Li Kangming's voice resounded. As soon as he finished speaking, all 6 of them flashed around 3 kilometers back and created some distance from Yang Yi. Li Tsangming spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, what do you want? At this moment, there wasn't just a solemn expression in his eyes, there was fear in them as well. He wasn't the only one. Everyone here showed fear in their eyes. Yang Yi's strength was too terrifying. At this moment, Li Tsangming felt quite regretful. He regretted getting mixed up in all of this. If he knew Yang Yi was so terrifying, he would have absolutely not participated in all of this. Actually, he hadn't expected it to play out like this. Besides Ma Wudi, there was another reason why the situation had developed to such an extent. It was that violet-robed young man he sent with Ma Wudi. If that young man knew how to act according to the situation, then Nether Emperor Stellar Region wouldn't have entered into direct confrontation with Yang Yi. But it was all too late now. What do I want? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Your Stellar Region sent its forces to bully my wife. Yet you ask me what I want? I want to kill all of you. As he spoke, he drew his sword and swung it swiftly again. A ray of sword energy shot forward. Li Tsangming and the others' expressions changed, and they hurriedly attacked in unison. This time, Yang Yi's sword energy wasn't able to kill a deity. Li Tsangming and the others were no fools. So, how could they possibly give Yang Yi another chance to kill one of them? So long as Yang Yi attacked, all of them would immediately join forces. After all, while it was impossible for them to resist Yang Yi's attacks on their own, what about their joint forces? Yang Yi wasn't strong enough to kill 5 deities with a single swing of his sword. Yang Yi, my Nether Emperor's stellar region is at fault. Meanwhile, Li Tsangming spoke in a low voice, but all of them have perished. Will you still not let the matter rest? Yang Yi chuckled. What? You want to seek reconciliation now? Li Tsangming spoke in a low voice. Continuing this battle isn't beneficial for your clouds of heaven stellar region or my stellar region. He was naturally unwilling to continue, because if it continued, all of them might be killed in battle. Yang Yi replied, You want to make peace? All right, come. Cut off that fellow's head and give it to me, and then compensate me with 5 million divine crystals. I can consider sparing all of you if you can satisfy those conditions. Li Kangming's face instantly became gloomy. You're going too far. And going too far? A vicious expression curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Did you think about how you were going too far when you sent your forces to bully my wife in clouds of heaven's stellar region? Allow me to show you what going too far is like. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Li Tsangming and the others. Li Tsangming was visibly furious when he saw Yang Yi attack again, and he waved his right hand. Activate the formation. As soon as he gave the order, a black-robed old man shot into the city. An instant later, countless beams of light shot up into the air from the city, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in the sky and form a huge cloud. Once the cloud was formed, a huge beam of light that was around 300 m wide shot out from the cloud and descended in Yang Yi's direction. At the same time, Li Tsangming and the others retreated. They chose to avoid Yang Yi because they didn't dare go against Yang Yi's attacks. After all, they couldn't withstand Yang Yi's attacks. Yang Yi looked up at the beam of light. At this moment, he felt like something had locked onto him, and that something was coming from the huge cloud in the sky above. Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. A beam of sword energy shot up into the sky and slammed against the beam of light. Boom! The sword energy and the beam of light rumbled and shattered into pieces. But in just an instant, another beam of light emerged from the cloud and shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems like the eye of the heaven Tao. Meanwhile, Li Tsangming spoke abruptly. Yang Yi, the eye of the heaven Tao was used as the basis to create this formation. As long as the formation is intact and spirit energy is sufficient, then it can attack incessantly. You can resist it once, twice, and even 3 times. But can you resist it 100 times or 1,000 times? Yang Yi glanced at Li Tsangming, and then he drew his sword and swung it. 3 overlapped heaven rends. As soon as the sword energy left Yang Yi's sword, the space in a vast area around him instantly cracked apart, and then everyone watched with astonishment as the sword energy shot up into the sky. The beam of light before it was instantly blasted into bits, and the sword energy didn't slow down at all as it slammed against the huge cloud. Boom! The huge cloud exploded into pieces. Everyone here was stunned. It's gone just like that? Yang Yi sheathed his sword, glanced at Li Kangming's group and said, It only took a single swing of my sword. Ha ha! Suddenly, Ma Wudi started roaring with laughter, and everyone looked at him. Yang Yi gazed at Ma Wudi as well. Ma Wudi had a wide grin that was full of ridicule as he said, Yang Yi, you're still trying to put on a show of strength when death has arrived? Everyone was puzzled by this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked up at the sky. The space there trembled, and then an old man walked out from that expanse of space. A deity. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces, because while the old man was a deity, his aura felt deep like an ocean, and it felt simply unfathomable. Obviously, the old man was a dualism realm expert who had been suppressed to the deity realm. Meanwhile, Ma Wudi started walking towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I have over 100 ways to kill you. Tell me how you want to die. Right? I heard you have quite a few wives. It's fine. They'll help you take care of them. Of course, they'll take care of them in bed. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword with his eyes closed. A moment later, his sword vanished. The rebirth sword. As soon as the sword vanished, a shrill cry resounded from the sky. Everyone looked up, and they saw the old man's body explode. A ray of light flashed, and then the sword returned to Yang Yi's grasp. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Ma Wuti who had walked over to him. Tell me how you want to die. Chapter 1507 You Refuse? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even Li Tsangming was completely stunned. That old man was a dualism realm expert. Even though his cultivation had been suppressed to the deity realm, he was still a dualism realm expert. But Yang Yi had actually killed a dualism realm expert? Moreover, had killed that dualism realm expert in an instant. An instant. Yang Yi had killed a dualism realm expert in an instant. At this moment, their minds were blank. Even Ma Wuti was in a similar state. Head frozen on the spot when Yang Yi killed the old man. His eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. A dualism realm expert was killed in an instant. At this moment, that was the only thought which remained in Ma Wuti's mind. As far as Ma Wuti, Li Tsangming, and the others were concerned, it was very inconceivable to be able to kill a dualism realm expert in just an instant. But as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was very normal. After all, his rebirth sword could even injure rebirth realm experts. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, then while the rebirth sword was powerful, it couldn't kill a dualism realm expert in an instant. For example, when he fought Lian Banzwang in the ominous territory's forbidden area, he only had a 50% chance of winning. However, it wasn't under normal circumstances just now. While the old man had been a dualism realm expert, had been suppressed to the deity realm upon descending to the lower dimensions. Strictly speaking, the old man wasn't a true dualism realm expert just now. Coupled with the fact that the old man had just descended and didn't know anything about Yang Yi, the old man hadn't been vigilant against Yang Yi at all. Besides that, Yang Yi had suddenly executed his strongest attack. That was why the old man had been killed in an instant. Of course, the rebirth sword's strength was beyond doubt. After all, even a rebirth realm expert Hood descended to the lower dimensions had been injured by it that day. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Ma Wuti and said, Come on, tell me how you want to die. Ma Wuti recovered from his shock when he heard Yang Yi. Had intended to flee, but he realized that he couldn't flee anymore, because he was really too close to Yang Yi. If he hadn't walked over to Yang Yi, then he could have fled to the large world if Li Tsangming and the others kept Yang Yi busy for a while. Yet now, Yang Yi's intents were pressing down upon him, so not to mention fleeing, even moving a little was difficult for him. Ma Wuti took a deep breath and said, Do you know who I hate the most? It isn't you, it's Emo Shaoling. That woman told us that you're just slightly stronger than an ordinary expert. Haha, slightly stronger. Just as Head said, he hated Emo Shaoling the most. Because Shed said that Yang Yi was just ordinary, but the facts proved that Yang Yi's strength wasn't ordinary, and it was heaven-defying instead. Not to mention the lower dimensions, an expert like Yang Yi was amongst the strongest even in the large world. He could be considered to have been led into a trap by Emo Shaoling. Ma Wuti gazed at Yang Yi with a ferocious glow in his eyes. It's fine. Even if I die, the Ma clan will avenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach instantly started to expand. He intended to detonate himself. No one had expected Ma Wuti to actually choose to detonate himself, but it was normal. After all, he was clearly aware that if he didn't detonate himself and fell into Yang Yi's hands, then even dying would be a dream to him. Detonating himself was the best way to die for him. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy shot into Ma Wuti's stomach. Hiss! A soft hiss resounded, and then Ma Wuti's stomach instantly shrunk back down like a ball with a hole in it. Yang Yi shook his head. You want to die? Sure, but it isn't that easy. Don't worry, they'll give you a good death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his sword and Ma Wuti's limbs flew off into the air. Aya! A shrill and miserable cry resounded. Li Tsangming and the others shuddered at the sight of this. Yang Yi! Yang Yi! Ma Wuti howled hysterically. Yang Yi grabbed Ma Wuti by the shoulder and tossed him to Big Blackie. Big Blackie understood Yang Yi's intentions and bit him yet didn't eat him. Yang Yi turned to look at Li Tsangming and the others. Their expressions changed at the sight of this and said, Yang Yi, Ma Wuti has fallen into your hands. Yang Yi drew his sword and looked straight at Li Tsangming. You were the one who gave the order for your forces to go with Ma Wuti, right? Li Tsangming clenched his fists slowly. It was me. Yang Yi, my Nether Emperor Stellar region is at fault, and I know that we can't stop you. But do you really intend to fight and go down with us? Are you even qualified to do that? A wisp of disdain rose up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I can spare all of you. Come, resist a swing of my sword. If you do it, I'll spare all of you. Otherwise, all of you will be losing your heads. Their expressions became unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. If it was before this, they would say that Yang Yi was spouting nonsense. Yet now, they were very well aware that Yang Yi had the strength to do so. No one here could resist Yang Yi, and Yang Yi had those demon beasts. It could be said that Yang Yi's forces were completely sufficient to suppress Nether Emperor Stellar region. Li Tsangming stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, do you really intend to fight and go down with us? Yang Yi took a step forward. Don't you understand what I said? Resist a swing of my sword, and I'll let all of you live. Otherwise, they'll be buried along with you. The other deities here gazed at Li Tsangming. So long as Li Tsangming agreed to resist an attack from Yang Yi, then everything would be over. Li Kangming's face became extremely unsightly. Resist an attack from Yang Yi? Was it that easy to accomplish? After all, that dualism realm expert, who just descended to the lower dimensions, had been killed in an instant. So, how could he resist an attack from Yang Yi? However, if he didn't agree to take that attack, then his prestige amongst the experts of his stellar region would plummet. Moreover, the effects wouldn't just extend to the people here, it would extend throughout the entire Southern Territory. The number one expert of the Southern Territory didn't even dare to resist a swing of Yang Yi's sword. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. However, if he didn't lose face, it was very likely that he would lose his life. You refuse? Yang Yi nodded. He was about to attack when Li Tsangming said, so long as I agree, then you'll spare Nether Emperor Stellar region, regardless of the outcome? Yang Yi looked Li Tsangming in the eyes. I'm not interested in wasting my breath on you. I'll ask you one last time. Will you do it or not? If you refuse, I'll transform Nether Emperor Stellar region into hell right now. The others here were furious, but they didn't dare to say a word. Needless to say, Yang Yi was really going too far. However, they couldn't do anything about it. They didn't even dare to say anything. After they saw Yang Yi kill a dualism realm expert, they weren't able to arouse the spirit to fight Yang Yi. After all, he could even kill dualism realm experts, so they were nothing before him. Li Tsangming gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "I'll do it." The others heaved sighs of relief when they heard him, and then they moved back to create space for the collision between Yang Yi and Li Tsangming. The profound energy within Li Tsangming surged madly, and then rays of white light gradually started seeping out from within him. It didn't take long for the white light to completely envelop him, and it was growing thicker and thicker. A few breaths of time later, Li Tsangming had transformed into a huge white ball of light, and he shot towards Yang Yi. Offense was the best defense. If he just defended himself passively, he wasn't confident in his ability to stop Yang Yi's attack at all. Only by switching to the offensive would he have a chance at stopping Yang Yi's attack. At the moment Li Tsangming attacked, Yang Yi had immediately closed his eyes, and then his sword vanished. Hiss! As soon as Yang Yi's sword vanished, the approaching ball of white light shattered into bits, and then it was obliterated. After that, a head shot up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. Li Kangming's head. At this moment, terror covered the faces of everyone in Nether Emperor City. Earlier, they had a trace of hope in their hearts. After all, Li Tsangming was extremely strong. Yet now, the cruel facts before them told them that even someone as strong as Li Tsangming couldn't resist Yang Yi's attack. Offending Yang Yi was the worst decision Nether Emperor Stellar region had made in the last 1,000 years. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then he glanced at the surroundings. I don't want to see another person from Nether Emperor Stellar region in Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Do you have a problem with that? All of them remained silent. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Do I have to ask again? A black-robed old man stepped forward. Don't worry, From today onward, the members of my Nether Emperor Stellar region won't step foot in clouds of heaven stellar region. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the old man, and then he drew his sword and swung it at Nether Emperor Palace. A ray of sword energy tore through the air, and then the palace was cut into two. Yang Yi sheathed his sword again. Yang Yi gazed at the old man and the others. I'm afraid all of you wouldn't learn your lesson, so I left something behind to keep your minds straight at all times. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and vanished on the spot with the Emperor Python and the others. Meanwhile, all of them just stared blankly at the palace which had been cut into two. Chapter 1508 Then take him. Yang Yi didn't choose to destroy Nether Emperor Stellar region. If he was willing to pay any price, then his current strength could accomplish that. But it wasn't worth it. If people were pushed into a corner, they would go berserk. If he insisted on crushing Nether Emperor Stellar region, then those deities would definitely attack like madmen because they knew they would definitely die. His body was impregnable before them, and he even had the casket lid, so he definitely wouldn't die. But what about Big Blackie and the others? While their defenses were strong as well, they weren't strong enough to disregard the attacks of deities. Even if those fellows didn't strike back, they would definitely flee, and he couldn't annihilate them all if deities like them chose to flee. A wolf with a home wasn't terrifying, but a lone wolf was horrifying. Once they fled, they would become a potential threat. Even though they wouldn't dare to take revenge on him, what about his loved ones? Like Yi Luyuan and the others. They weren't as strong as Yang Yi. But if he allowed Nether Emperor Stellar region to exist, then they would dare to act rashly. As for taking over Nether Emperor Stellar region, Head thought about it. But Head rejected the thought in the end. Clouds of Heaven Stellar region hadn't even taken full control of the worlds it gained from the previous battle, so it was impossible to even consider taking control of Nether Emperor Stellar region. Moreover, Nether Emperor Stellar region was really too far away, so Clouds of Heaven Stellar region didn't have the forces to deal with the mess here. So, he had no choice but to just kill Li Tsangming and deter the other powers of the lower dimensions. After this battle, he believed that there would probably be no power in the lower dimensions that dared to look for trouble with him. It didn't take long for the news of what happened in Nether Emperor Stellar region to spread throughout the lower dimensions. At this moment, many powers in the lower dimensions weren't able to maintain their calm any longer, especially the powers in the Southern Territory. Who was Li Tsangming? He was the #1 expert of the Southern Territory. However, had been killed by Yang Yi. So how strong was Yang Yi? Many powers that had intended to target Clouds of Heaven Stellar region broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, they felt quite lucky. They felt lucky that they hadn't sent their forces directly like Nether Emperor Stellar region had. Otherwise, they might have faced the same consequences. Even though Nether Emperor Stellar region had only lost some deities, their leader had been killed. Yang Yi had swaggered into Nether Emperor Stellar region and killed its leader. It could be said that Nether Emperor Stellar region's reputation and prestige would plummet from now on. Yang Yi didn't stay in Nether Emperor Stellar region, and he brought Ma Wuti back to Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. After he returned to Clouds of Heaven Stellar region, Yang Yi nailed Ma Wuti to the city walls. At this moment, Ma Wuti's Dantian had been destroyed, so he couldn't take his own life even if he wanted to. War God Hall. Zhuang Weiran and Yi Luyuan heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi return. All that mattered was that Head returned. Regardless of whether it was Clouds of Heaven Stellar region or the Sword Alliance, they only possessed their current accomplishments because of Yang Yi. But there was a flaw to all of that, and it was that they relied on Yang Yi too much. If Yang Yi was gone, then both Clouds of Heaven Stellar region and the Sword Alliance would fall. Zhuang Weiran asked softly, what happened in the ominous territory? Yang Yi was much stronger than before. Even though Yang Yi could kill deities in the past, it was extremely strenuous. Yet now, deities were like helpless chicks before Yang Yi, and he could slaughter them at will. Obviously, the rise in Yang Yi's strength was definitely related to the ominous territory. She was very curious about what Yang Yi had experienced there to make his strength achieve such a leap. Yang Yi chuckled. I had some fortuitous encounters. He told them what had encountered in the ominous territory. A long while of silence later, Zhuang Weiran spoke softly. I never expected the ominous territory to be the place where the Lord of the Heaven Dao imprisoned outsiders. I hadn't expected it as well. Yang Yi smiled. No matter what, the ominous territory is gone, and there's probably no one in the lower dimensions who can pose a threat to us. Zhuang Weiran asked, You intend to head to the large world? Yang Yi nodded. Zir and Snowy are in the hands of the Divine Phoenix clan. I'm worried about them, so I intend to head up there as soon as possible. At that time, both of you, it's best if we don't go there for now. Suddenly, Yi Luyun said, both Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and the Sword Alliance have no right to ascend to the large world. We don't have the ability to move Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and the Sword Alliance to the large world. If we head up there by force, it's equivalent to challenging the rules set by the entire large world. Based on our current strength, we aren't strong enough to challenge the rules of the large world. Yang Yi remained silent. Yi Luyun was right. They really didn't have the strength to ascend into the large world. Fight their way up there? That was a joke. Even if they succeeded in the end, he would probably be the only survivor. Suddenly, Zhuang Weiran said, You go, we want. Yang Yi frowned. All of you aren't coming? She shook her head slightly. We naturally want to go with you. But you have to realize that we don't have the strength to. Moreover, I can't go with you. If I do, then what will the Sword Alliance and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region do? Amongst the experts of the Sword Alliance and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, there were only two people who could deter others. One was Yang Yi, and the other was Zhuang Weiran. If Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran went to the large world, then Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and the Sword Alliance would be in danger. So, if Yang Yi couldn't wait until Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and the Sword Alliance had fully grown and expanded, then he could only go alone. Yang Yi couldn't wait now, of course. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran spoke softly. Actually, it isn't a problem. Presently, there are no powers or experts in the lower dimensions that would dare to offend us. So, you don't have to worry about us at all. Conversely, you must be absolutely careful, and you must not underestimate the Divine Phoenix clan. Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he nodded. Just as Zhuang Weiran had said, there wasn't any power or expert in the lower dimensions that dared to offend them now. So, he didn't have to worry too much about them in the lower dimensions. On the contrary, even though he hadn't been to the large world, had offended many powers there. For example, the Divine Phoenix clan, the War Pavilion, the Emperor sect, and the Ma clan. Even though he hadn't been to the large world, he had quite a few enemies there. Actually, it won't take too long before we can follow you to the large world. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun said, Presently, we've taken control of the territory and forces of the worlds we subdued in the past. After we reorganized our forces, we have a total of 12 deities and countless semi-deities. Even though we have fewer deities than 4-star stellar regions, if you are included, then 4-star stellar regions can't compare to us at all. We only need time to strengthen our foundation. Once that is done, our speed of development will definitely be like the speed of light. Presently, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and the Sword Alliance just needed time. So long as no one came looking for trouble with them, their development would definitely be extremely quick. So, it wouldn't take too long for them to reach the requirements of the large world. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran asked, When are you going? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, In around 2 weeks from now. He didn't want to pressure himself too much. Moreover, he had many other things to deal with, and he could only head to the large world without any worries once he finished dealing with all of that. Around 2 weeks was enough for that. All right. Zhuang Weiran nodded because she didn't want to pressure Yang Yi too much as well. Yang Yi nodded slightly. He was about to speak when he suddenly looked out of the hall. Someone has come. A moment later, his figure vanished on the spot. Zhuang Weiran hurriedly followed after him. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun shook her head, one after the other. Trouble keeps coming. Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran appeared in the sky above Clouds of Heaven City. At this moment, the space there was trembling violently. It didn't take long for the space there to split apart, and then an old man walked out slowly from within. Ma Wudi immediately became agitated and started howling, Third uncle! Third uncle! Save me! Save me! Third uncle? Yang Yi glanced at Ma Wudi, and then he looked at the old man. Obviously, the old man was an expert from the Ma clan. The old man glanced at Mawudi. A wisp of gloominess flashed through his eyes when he saw the miserable state Mawudi was in. It didn't take long for him to look at Yang Yi. "You're that fellow, Yang Yi?" A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. "You're heard of me?" He was quite well known in the lower dimensions, but he felt that not many in the large world should have heard of him. "Of course I do." The old man continued, "You haven't just offended the Divine Phoenix clan. You've offended the War Pavilion and Emperor sect too. Now, you've offended my Ma clan as well. Needless to say, you're really amazing." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "I'm sure you didn't come down here to praise me, right? You aren't that great." The old man spoke coldly. "Yang Yi, my Ma clan doesn't want to be part of the enmity between you and those three powers. I'm here to take Wudi with me." Actually, once the Ma clan lost a dualism realm expert, it didn't look down on Yang Yi anymore. They'd specially investigated him. In the end, they noticed that Yang Yi had enmity with the Divine Phoenix clan, the War Pavilion, and the Emperor sect. Moreover, their further investigations revealed that Yang Yi was linked to the Nether Pavilion. The Nether Pavilion. Even though its strength was far inferior to what it had been, the Ma clan didn't dare offend it rashly. So, he hadn't attacked immediately upon arriving here, and he just requested to be allowed to take Ma Wudi back with him, because the facts proved that Yang Yi wasn't easy to bully, and the Ma clan couldn't do as it pleased when facing him. If they were in the large world, then perhaps the Ma clan could do that. However, they were in the lower dimensions, so the Ma clan was truly helpless against Yang Yi. "You want to take him with you?" Yang Yi shook his head no. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "What if I insist?" Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy instantly shot into the center of Ma Wudi's forehead, and the latter's head exploded into bits. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and shrugged. "Then take him." Chapter 1509, Looking Down on Others. The old man's face was extremely gloomy. It was a slap to the face. Yang Yi had slapped him on the face, and it was a slap on the Ma clan's face too. Even though the intent to kill in his eyes was almost material, the old man still didn't attack, because he didn't have the ability to kill Yang Yi. Not to mention killing Yang Yi, he might even be killed instead. After all, Yang Yi had killed a dualism realm expert already. The old man stared at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "Good, very good. They'll be waiting for you in the large world. I hope you're able to remain so arrogant once you reach the large world." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. Zhuang Weiran asked, "Why didn't you kill him?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I can't." If it was possible, he would have killed the old man. However, the old man was clearly vigilant against him and stayed very far away. So long as he attacked, the old man would definitely be able to react. It was utterly impossible to instantly annihilate the old man when the old man was absolutely vigilant. The main reason Head succeeded before this was that his enemy hadn't been vigilant, and had taken his enemy by surprise. So, if he attacked earlier, he would have only been wasting his profound energy. Zhuang Weiran was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded from the sky. "Formidable indeed. You actually don't even fear dualism realm experts." As soon as the voice finished resounding, a young man in a luxurious robe appeared in the sky above the city. Yang Yi glanced at him and asked, "You're from the large world?" "Exactly." The young man sized up Yang Yi. "I knew it. How could someone capable of offending that little she-devil be ordinary? I'm really quite curious. How did you offend her? She was actually willing to give up one of her divine flames in order to kill you." Yang Yi said, "If she wants to kill me, then why didn't she come down here herself? She said she didn't want to dirty her hands." The young man continued, "In the past, I believed that. After all, she's very proud. Yet now, I think we were deceived by her. You aren't an ordinary expert. Even she may not be able to kill you if she came down here." Emo Shaoling. Yang Yi's face gradually turned icy cold. "She really refuses to give up on killing me. Since I've come down here, I can't just go back. Otherwise, it would be so lame." The young man added, Yang Yi, how about we spar? I really want to see how strong a genius of the lower dimensions is. Of course, it's just a spar, and we want to decide life and death. Yi Lu Yun and the others were almost unable to hold back their laughter. The young man was quite smart. If he said that, then the essence of the battle would change. In the beginning, he was here to kill Yang Yi. Under such circumstances, Yang Yi wouldn't show any mercy to him. Yet now, he said that he was here to spar. At this moment, Yang Yi would seem quite undignified if he killed the young man. Simply speaking, the young man knew he was no match for Yang Yi, but he wasn't willing to head back just like that. However, if he fought Yang Yi, he was afraid that Yang Yi would try to take his life. So, that was why Head said all of that. Yang Yi glanced at the young man and said, "Make you move." He wanted to see how strong the geniuses of the large world were. The young man nodded slightly, and then his figure vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Yi when his figure appeared again. At the same time, numerous afterimages appeared around Yang Yi. Those afterimages were spinning rapidly, causing the space around Yang Yi to ripple. At this moment, the space around Yang Yi seemed like it had transformed into a rope, and the rope was coiling around Yang Yi like a python. It was about to twist him into bits. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood at the center of those afterimages. Needless to say, the young man was extremely strong, because he actually felt sharp pain coming from his entire body. It felt like he was about to be minced into bits. His body was at the undying realm, and Head even cultivated the undying elemental body technique. Under normal circumstances, even deities would find it difficult to injure him, but he actually felt like he was about to be minced into bits. Yang Yi stopped underestimating his opponent and took a step forward. His quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent surged out madly, and then they immediately condensed. After that, they erupted towards the surroundings. The brink laws. Boom. A loud explosion resounded as the space in a huge area shattered and collapsed, transforming the entire sky into an expanse of pitch-black darkness. A long time passed before the space in the sky was repaired by the laws of the Heaven Tao. However, the battle wasn't over. Explosions were resounding incessantly there. At this moment, many weren't able to see Yang Yi and the young man at all, because they were too quick. They were so quick that others couldn't see their movements at all. If it wasn't for the explosions that were frequently resounding in the sky, no one would think that Yang Yi and the young man were in a fierce battle. However, they didn't fight for long. The sky suddenly cracked apart, and then Yang Yi and the young man appeared within everyone's fields of vision. Based on their outer appearance, both of them seemed fine. However, everyone knew that the outcome had been decided. A long moment of silence ensued, and then the young man spoke solemnly, "Your cultivation in the body is really strong." Yang Yi glanced at the young man. "You're quite strong too." The young man laughed bitterly. "I'm much inferior when compared to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and continued, "After what happened between you, Ma Wudi, and Nether Emperor Stellar Region, many who intended to come looking for you have mostly returned. However, you have to watch out for one person. He's quite well known in the large world, and he's much stronger than I am." Yang Yi asked, "Who?" "Li Ge." The young man spoke solemnly. "He's an extraordinary genius that really likes Emo Shaoling. So, he'll definitely come to take your head and please Emo Shaoling. If you encounter him..." The young man paused for a moment and continued, "Actually, based on your strength, only a few in the younger generation of the large world can kill you." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "No matter what, thank you for the warning." The young man nodded. "Thank you for showing mercy. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the sky. After the young man left, Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and glanced at the sky. "Do you want me to invite all of you down here to have a drink?" As soon as he finished speaking, many people hidden in the surroundings immediately left swiftly. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran said, "Many of them wanted to take advantage of the situation." Yang Yi laughed coldly. "They're just a bunch of cowards. There's no need to pay any attention to them." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Zhuang Weiran's hand and entered the city. At this moment, while Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region wasn't a 4-star stellar region, But it was even more terrifying than a 4-star stellar region because of Yang Ye's presence. After staying a day in clouds of heaven stellar region, Yang Yi planned to travel to Dark Hell continent. He had 2 things to do before heading to the large world, and the first of those 2 things was to visit Su Qingshi and the others. However, Yang Yi thought of something on his way to Dark Hell continent, and it was the divine crystals that Shi Tian owed him. Presently, both the Sword Alliance and Clouds of Heaven stellar region needed a huge number of divine crystals, and Shi Tian owed him a few million. Once he got those divine crystals, then divine crystals wouldn't be a problem for both the Sword Alliance and Clouds of Heaven stellar region anymore. After he arrived at Stellar City, Yang Yi went straight for the Shi clan. The Shi clan was situated at the center of Stellar City. It occupied a huge area, and it was the most luxurious building in the entire city. Of course, it was the strongest in the city as well. Yang Yi didn't just walk in. He was no fool. At the entrance of the Shi clan's estate, a guard gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "You're here to see our young master?" Yang Yi nodded. The guard asked a second question. "You say that you're his friend?" Yang Yi nodded again. How laughable. A wisp of ridicule had curled up on the corners of that guard's mouth. How laughable indeed. "Many people have come looking for our young master lately, but you're the first to use this excuse. You say that you're his friend. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Are you even worthy of being his friend? Go back from where you came from. Don't waste my time." Yang Yi was shocked. Precisely speaking, he was quite stunned. He hadn't expected it to be like this. After all, he was merely here to look for someone. But the guard was looking down on him. He hadn't expected to encounter a guard that would look down on everyone. Yang Yi wouldn't make a fuss about it, of course. So, he immediately said, "Just go notify your young master. Tell him I'm here to collect the debt he owes me. He'll understand." "Don't you understand what I just said?" Meanwhile, the guard's eyes narrowed slightly. "Or perhaps you need to be convinced by force. You." His voice stopped abruptly because a hand had clamped down on his throat. It was Yang Ye's hand, of course. Yang Yi lifted the guard up in front of him and looked the guard in the eyes. "Do you have to act like this? I just asked you to notify him of my arrival. Do you really have to act like this?" As he spoke, Yang Yi slammed the guard against the ground. Boom! The ground cracked apart as a shrill cry resounded from the guard. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Shi clan's estate?" Meanwhile, a furious shout resounded from within the estate, and then around 10 terrifying auras slammed down in Yang Ye's direction. Deities! Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he announced himself, "Clouds of Heaven stellar region. Yang Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, those auras instantly surged backwards like a receding tide. Chapter 15:10 I'll kill my way there. It didn't take long for 10 old men to appear before Yang Yi, and a black-robed old man led the group. At this moment, all of them were looking at Yang Yi, and their eyes were filled with seriousness and a trace of fear. Yang Yi. It was no ordinary name, and even the Shi clan didn't dare underestimate the owner of that name. After all, the Shi clan's main forces were in the large world, and their forces in the lower dimensions couldn't resist Yang Yi at all. Besides that, Yang Yi was a madman who even dared to kill a dualism realm expert from the Ma clan. So it represented that he wouldn't fear the Shi clan. Madmen who had strength were the most terrifying. The black-robed old man spoke in a low voice. "May I know why you've come to my Shi clan's estate?" If it was any other person, the old man would have swung a slap at that person. However, he was facing Yang Yi. It could be said that no power in the lower dimensions dared to not give face to Yang Yi, and that included the Shi clan. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "I'm here to see your young master. He owes me money." The black-robed old man and the others exchanged glances. The young master owes Yang Yi money? The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yang, if money is a little tight for you, you can just tell us. So long as it isn't too huge, we can lend it to you on behalf of the Shi clan, and it's without any interest." Obviously, they felt that Yang Yi was here to steal. Yang Yi's face darkened. "Do I look like a bandit?" Yang Yi shook his head and replied, "I'm not here to steal. Just tell your young master that I'm here to see him. He'll understand." The black-robed old man asked, our young master really owes you money? Yang Yi nodded. Of course. The black-robed old man asked, how much? Yang Yi replied, just a few million divine crystals. The black-robed old man and the others were stunned. Even though the Shur clan was absolutely wealthy, a few million divine crystals were still not a small number for the Shur clan, especially in the lower dimensions. A few million was equivalent to a few months of gains for the Shur clan. The black-robed old man replied, young Master Yang, that's too much. I don't have the authority to authorize it, and our young master is in closed-door cultivation. May I know if you can wait? Yang Yi frowned and replied, how long? The old man hesitated. Obviously, he wasn't sure. Yang Yi shook his head. I have too many things to deal with, so I really don't have the time to wait. Besides your young master, you possess the highest authority here, right? The black-robed old man nodded. I'm Shur Lin, the manager of the Shur clan in Stellar City. Yang Yi nodded. I know how important it is when someone enters into closed-door cultivation, so I won't make things difficult for you. How about you tell him about my visit once he's done, and ask him to send the divine crystals to Zhuangweiran in Clouds of Heaven Stellar region? What do you think? Shur Lin thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Actually, if he was certain that Shur Tian owed Yang Yi, then he could authorize the repayment to Yang Yi. However, he wasn't certain. While Yang Yi was a sword cultivator, Yang Yi was no different to a bandit. Everyone throughout the Eastern Territory was aware of how Yang Yi's forces had plundered the spirit veins of Celestial Demon Stellar region during the battle that day. When he saw Shur Lin agree, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer, and he turned around with the intention of leaving. However, the space near him suddenly started trembling, and then a young girl around the age of 16 or 17 suddenly emerged from there. The young girl wore a violet dress with a floral design. She was pretty, petite, and her beautiful hair was tied into a ponytail. She seemed very cute and petite. Shur Lin and the others' expressions changed when they saw her, and then they hastily moved forward to greet her. Shur Lin bowed slightly to the young girl. Eldest young miss, what are you doing down here? The young woman raised her brows and asked, what? You mean I can't come down here? Shur Lin hurriedly shook his head. That's not what I mean. It's just that you didn't notify us before you came, so we weren't able to welcome you properly. The young girl grunted coldly. It's a secret, you know? I have something important to do, so you can't let anyone know that I'm here. Understand? Shur Lin glanced at her and spoke softly. May I know what important matters you have to attend to? Can we be of any help? Of course. She placed her hands behind her back and spoke like an elder. Little Lin, I came down here this time because a friend of mine was bullied. What's the most important thing in the world? It's loyalty. If a friend is bullied, how can I stand by idly? So, locate that fellow, Yang Yes, whereabouts, and then come with me to capture him. I'm going to skin him alive. How dare he bully my friend? He's tired of living. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Shur Lin and the others were stunned as well. Quite some time passed before Shur Lin gulped. Eldest young miss, you came to look for Yang Yi? Of course. The young girl grunted coldly. After I emerged from my closed-door cultivation, I found out that Xiaoling was bullied in the lower dimensions. That fellow, Yang Yi, is truly audacious. He dares to bully a friend of mine? I, Shur Xiaonan, will beat him up until he's crippled. Yang Yi suddenly asked, you were friends with him, O Xiaoling? The young girl turned around to look at Yang Yi. Who are you? Meanwhile, Shur Lin and the others hurriedly surrounded Shur Xiaonan, and all of them seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy. They knew Yang Yi's temper well, and they knew that he would draw his sword and kill for the slightest misunderstanding. Even though Shur Zionan's strength wasn't bad, she was absolutely incapable of resisting a swing of Yang Yi's sword. After all, Yang Yi could even kill dualism realm experts, so how could she possibly fight him? Who am I? Yang Yi chuckled. I'm the Yang Yi you want to skin alive. You're Yang Yi. Shur Zionan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a golden whip appeared in her grasp. Humph! Luck really is with me. I didn't expect to find you so easily. As she spoke, she was about to attack, but Shur Lin suddenly obstructed her path and spoke solemnly. Eldest young miss, don't act rashly. Act rashly? Shi Xiaonan spoke angrily. Little Lin, you actually dare to stop me? How dare you? Shi Lin laughed bitterly. Eldest young miss, I know you'll be angry, but you really can't act rashly this time. You. He suddenly gazed at an old man by Shi Xiaonan's side. Hurry up and get the young master. That old man was stunned, and then he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaonan suddenly vanished on the spot, and she was in front of Yang Yi when she appeared again. She held the whip firmly in her right grasp and swung it at Yang Yi. Even though she seemed spoiled, her strength was formidable, and the space in her whip's path was sliced open. Right when the whip was a few centimeters away from Yang Yi's head, it suddenly stopped, because a sword was pressed against Shi Xiaonan's forehead. Shi Xiaonan's eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. Shi Ling and the others were horrified by this scene, and they surrounded Yang Yi while Shi Lin hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, please show mercy. Please show mercy." At this moment, Shi Lin and the others were pale, and they'd broken out in cold sweat. If it was any other person, that person would fear the Shi clan and dare not kill Shi Xiaonan. However, they were facing Yang Yi. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was a madman who dared to do almost anything and kill almost anyone. So, they didn't use the Shi clan's name to threaten Yang Yi, and they just tried to plead with him instead. Yang Yi paid no attention to Shi Lin and the others. He gazed at Shi Xiaonan and said, "You're close to a Mo Xiaoling, so I have a few questions for you." Shi Xiaonan glared angrily at Yang Yi. "I, Shi Xiaonan, will never betray my friends. If you want to kill me, then do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and clenched her little fists. If one looked carefully, one would notice that her hands were trembling. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly and gradually became icy cold. Suddenly, a figure shot out from within the Shi clan's estate. Boom! The entire area trembled violently when the figure descended by Yang Yi's side. It was Shi Tian. "Brother Yang, show mercy." Shi Tian hurriedly said, "My younger sister is just a silly little girl. I apologize if she has offended you in any way." Yang Yi smiled, and then he lowered his sword and gazed at Shi Tian. "Your sister's strength isn't really great, but her temper is quite bad. If she doesn't change it, she may suffer in the future." Everyone here heaved sighs of relief when they saw this. Shi Tian heaved a sigh of relief as well. Yang Yi had the hottest temper head ever seen. Fortunately, Yang Yi gave him face. Otherwise, the Shi clan may have to fight Yang Yi regardless of the cost. If that happened, it would end with both sides suffering heavy losses. Shi Tian laughed bitterly. "Brother Yang, you're right. They'll definitely tell my father to teach her a good lesson once she goes back." Yang Yi nodded. "I came here to collect the debt you owe me. If it's all right for Brother Shi, then." He was quite straightforward. Seeking repayment for a debt was perfectly justified, so one should be straightforward. Otherwise, the other may feign ignorance. Of course. Shi Tian smiled, and then he flicked a spatial ring over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at its contents and noticed that there were 5 million divine crystals in it. Yang Yi gazed at Shi Tian. "It's more than what we agreed upon." Shi Tian smiled. "Your sword alliance and clouds of heaven stellar region should really need divine crystals, and I just happen to have an abundance of them. Right, just treat it as a loan. You can return them to me when you're in a better financial position." Yang Yi didn't refuse and nodded. "Thank you." Shi Tian asked, "So, Brother Yang, when are you heading up to the large world?" Yang Yi replied, "Soon." Shi Tian hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Yang, there may be something you're unaware of. Due to the actions of some people, no power in the large world can give you a permit." "In other words," Yang Yi asked, "in other words, I can't enter the large world normally?" Shi Tian nodded. "So, are you going to do as Jin Wuji and the Unfettered One did, and fight your way up there?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Fight my way up there?" Shi Tian asked curiously, "Then how do you intend to go up there?" A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. "They'll kill my way there." Chapter 15:11 Taking a Bath. Kill his way there. The expressions of everyone here had changed when they heard Yang Yi. After all, even though Jin Wuji and the Unfettered One had fought their way up, they'd only fought. But Yang Yi wanted to kill. The nature of it was completely different. While they both challenged the rules of the large world, Yang Yi was challenging it in an even more thorough manner. Did Yang Yi like to kill? Of course he didn't. He wasn't addicted to killing. Conversely, he was just very well aware that he had no other choice. Based on what Shi Tian had said, perhaps it was the Emperor's sect, the War Pavilion, Ma Clan, or the Divine Phoenix sect, but they would absolutely not allow Yang Yi to just enter the large world. A storm was definitely waiting for him on the heaven path. If he wanted to go up there, he had no choice but to kill his way up. Shi Tian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Yang, I'm not doubting your strength, but the heaven path isn't ordinary. It isn't just an ordinary path. It's a rule that was jointly set by all the powers of the large world. Anyone who challenges that rule will be challenging the entire large world. I'm sure you're aware that only 2 from the lower dimensions have fought their way up. However, because of their strength, the powers of the large world didn't dare to do anything to them. They had no choice but to acknowledge the existence of those 2 people. But you're currently..." The meaning behind his words was that Yang Yi didn't possess Jian Wuji and the unfettered one's strength. Yang Yi smiled, "I understand. But brother Shi, do you think I have a choice?" "Of course you do." Shi Tian continued. "Because of your link to the Nether Pavilion and your own strength, those powers in the large world that are hostile towards you wouldn't dare to attack you in the lower dimensions. Under such circumstances, you can grow. Based on your natural talent and strength, I believe it won't take long for you to be able to move unhindered even in the large world." "I can't wait that long." Yang Yi shook his head, and then he gazed at Shi Xiaonan. "You're close to Emo Xiaoling, right? Do you know about the spatial mink and Snowy that she brought back from the lower dimensions?" Shi Xiaonan glanced at him and shook her head. "I haven't seen them. When I emerged from closed-door cultivation, she entered into closed-door cultivation. So, I haven't seen or heard of that spatial mink or Snowy that you spoke of." Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Zir, Snowy. Just thinking about them made Yang Yi wish for nothing more than to fly up into the large world right now. The Divine Phoenix clan had taken Zir and Snowy, but would they treat Zir and Snowy well? What if they had other bad intentions? Especially Snowy. Snowy was a unique existence, so it was very likely that she would be used. In short, he couldn't rest at ease. He couldn't rest at ease at all. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaonan suddenly said, "Yang Yi, you're a man. So why bully Xiaoling? She's such a nice person." "She's a nice person?" Yang Yi gazed at Shi Xiaonan, sized her up and said, "Needless to say, both of you really suit each other. Both of you are so great." Shi Xiaonan's temper was terrible as well, and it could be compared with Emo Xiaoling, who acted like a proud phoenix. No, Emo Xiaoling was a phoenix. Shi Xiaonan wanted to speak further, but Shi Tian glared at her. The latter puckered her lips while displeasure covered her face, but she didn't speak another word. Meanwhile, Yang Yi cupped his fist to Shi Tian. "Brother Shi, I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." "See you." Shi Tian smiled. "See you in the large world." Yang Yi smiled and vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, Shi Xiaonan suddenly said, "Big brother, he's so strong. Very strong." Shi Tian nodded with a solemn expression on his face. Not to mention the lower dimensions, Yang Yi's strength was top-rate even in the large world. If he doesn't die, then his future accomplishments will definitely not be inferior to Jian Wuji and the Unfettered One. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man spoke. "Unfortunately, he's too adept at causing trouble, and he isn't without any ties like the Unfettered One. The Unfettered One had no ties, and all he had was his sword. So, if anyone wanted to defeat him, they could only act against him. However, Yang Yi has too many ties. So, it isn't necessary to act against him if someone wants to defeat him. For example, they can capture his loved ones, and he'll have no choice but to obey them." Did you see what happened to Malwudi and Nether Emperor Stellar region? Meanwhile, Shi Tian said, "Once you act against his loved ones, it represents that you'll have to face his revenge. Would anyone dare to do that? Besides those powers that he has offended, do you think any other power in the large world would offend him?" He gazed at the black-robed old man and continued, "I don't care which power he has offended. He saved my life in the ominous territory, so we have to remember that debt. Take care of clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and the Sword Alliance in the lower dimensions. If it's necessary, all of you must lend them a hand. If someone from the large world descends to attack them, all of you can help them in secret. Understand? The black-robed old man nodded. Young master, since you've said that, then well do as you've said. Sher Tian nodded, and then he gazed at Sher Xiaonan. As for you, do you know who you offended just now? Do you really think this is the large world? Do you think that you can just speak the Sher clan's name, and then he wouldn't dare to touch you? No ma Woody? That fellow's corpse is cold by now. Sher Xiaonan puckered her lips. How would I know he's that strong? Sher Tian sighed softly. Xiaonan, I'm not trying to lecture you, but you really have to do something about your temper. This time Yang Yi was willing to give your big brother some face, but what about the next time? If you offend another ruthless fellow and that fellow refuses to give the Sher clan face or give me face, then what would you do? Sher Xiaonan walked over to Sher Tian, grabbed his arm, and shook it, then work hard on becoming stronger. Once you're strong, would anyone dare to not give you face? Sher Tian glared fiercely at Sher Xiaonan. So, your brother has to work hard on becoming stronger while you rest at ease and cause trouble? Sher Xiaonan smiled. Isn't it only right and proper for an older brother to protect his younger sister? Sher Tian laughed bitterly. You'll get me killed one day. Even though he said that, his eyes were filled with tender affection. Sher Xiaonan chuckled in a carefree manner and said, Big brother, I've never come down here in the past, so take me around. Right, the ominous territory. Let's go play at the ominous territory, all right? I heard it's very dangerous. Humph. Father always tries to scare me. I won't believe it. Play. Sher Tian shook his head. Get back home right now. I really can't figure out why he would let you come down here. Does he think his heartbeat isn't fast enough? Sher Xiaonan spoke softly. Big brother, I snuck down here. Sher Tian was at a loss for words. Yang Yi traveled through the stellar teleportation formation and arrived at Dark Hell Continent. At this moment, the Sword Alliance's headquarters had been moved to where Sword God's palace used to be, and the Sword Alliance was the #1 power throughout the continent. Now that the restrictions around the continent had vanished, the spirit energy here had gradually recovered. Even though it still couldn't compare to a medium world, it was much better than many small worlds. The recovery of spirit energy gave new life to the continent, causing more and more geniuses and experts to appear here, and practically all of them were from the Sword Alliance. Besides that, semi-deities were gradually appearing on the continent. Even though no deities had appeared, it was only a matter of time now. Yang Yi didn't alarm anyone and just snuck into the Sword Hall. In the Sword Hall, 2 little girls were chasing after each other. Both of them seemed very young and around the age of 5 or 6. One of them was running madly while a long bolt of lightning followed behind her. On the bolt of lightning was a young girl with short pigtails, and she was holding tightly onto the bolt of lightning. Because it was too fast, her face was rippling from the wind that blew against her, but her eyes were filled with excitement. They were naturally Lei Lin and Xuer. On the lightning bolt, Xuer cried out with excitement, Big sister Lei Lin, go faster. Lei Lin turned around to glance at Xuer, and then she clapped her hands lightly. In an instant, the lightning bounced Xuer off it. When Xuer was about to drop to the ground, a watermelon-sized ball of lightning appeared beneath her, and it bounced her upwards again. Just like that, the 2 little girls played happily. Suddenly, the ball of lightning was pushed away by a wave of mysterious force, and then a pair of hands caught Xuer. It was Yang Yi. Xuer and Lei Lin were stunned when they saw Yang Yi, and then Xuer smiled with joy and hugged Yang Yi's neck. Daddy. Lei Lin floated over to Yang Yi's side and grabbed his shoulder before she spoke happily. Big brother. Yang Yi took Lei Lin in his right arm and kissed both of their cheeks, and then he smiled. Xuer. Lei Lin, did you miss me? I did. Xuer hugged Yang Yi's neck and kissed Yang Yi just as he did just now. Yang Yi chuckled. Xuer, where's your mother? Xuer blinked. Mommy is bathing with Anicia. Bathing? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He kissed Xuer again and said, Daddy has something to discuss with Mommy. You play with Lei Lin for now, all right? Xuer said, Can't you bring Schwer and big sister Lei Lin along? Yang Yi shook his head and spoke seriously. No. Schwer, be good and play with your big sister Lei Lin. Daddy will come play with you once I'm done. All right? All right. Daddy, you better come later. Schwer kissed Yang Yi, and then she took Lei Lin's hand and started hopping off happily. Yang Yi smiled as he watched them leave, and then he turned around and looked towards the inner hall, bathing. Right, I have to take a bath too. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Chapter 15:12 You must be tired of living. In the inner hall. The inner hall was naturally where Su Qingshi and the others lived. Others were strictly prohibited from entering this area, and no one dared to. There were powerful formations all around the inner hall, so anyone who entered it would alarm the guards. However, those formations were like decorations to Yang Yi. After all, he had the spatial laws and sword domain. Mist was rising in the room, and two women were lying in the huge bathing pool. Even though they were submerged within the water, their pure white bodies could still be seen between the ripples of water and mist. Even though it wasn't very clear because of the mist, it made the scene even more tempting. They were bathing. Actually, cultivators at certain realms of cultivation didn't need to take baths anymore. They just had to utilize their profound energy to clean themselves. However, as far as many women were concerned, bathing was a habit. It was like how many cultivators still insisted on having 3 meals when they didn't need to eat. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, it was a habit, and some habits were very difficult to change. Secondly, it was so that they still felt human. Very few people liked to become machines of cultivation. In the bathing pool, Qin Xie gazed at Su Qingshi's chest, and an evil smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Qingshi, it has grown even larger. Tell me if it's that fellow's handiwork. Su Qingshi blushed slightly. She glanced at Qin Xie and didn't answer the question. When it came to this, even 10 of her couldn't compete with Qin Xie. Qin Xie refused to let it go. She walked over to Su Qingshi and chuckled slyly. Qingshi, how is that fellow's skill? Su Qingshi glared at Qin Xie. She was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded. Why don't you give it a try? Su Qingshi and Qin Xie's expressions changed when they heard this voice. Obviously, they hadn't expected someone to be here. Moreover, it was a man. However, it only took a moment for them to be delighted instead, because that voice belonged to Yang Yi. Sure enough, Yang Yi appeared before them. Su Qingshi smiled when she saw Yang Yi, but it didn't take long for her face to flush red. Because she wasn't wearing anything, she waved her right hand, and her clothes flew over to her. She was about to wear them when Yang Yi waved his right hand, and those clothes instantly flew back to where they came from. Thump! Meanwhile, the sound of something dropping into the water resounded, and Yang Yi had entered the pool. He wrapped his arm around Su Qingshi's waist and smiled. We've been together for so long. So what are you embarrassed about? She glanced at Yang Yi. Even though there was shyness on her face, she didn't try to get her clothes again. Qin Xie grinned. Both of you have fun. They'll leave first and avoid disturbing both of you. Have fun, all right. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to run. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then a wave of suction force pulled Qin Xie into his arms. Yang Yi wrapped his other arm around Qin Xie's waist. Didn't you want to know how good I am? Come, let me tell you right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he put both his arms around her waist, brought her in front of him, and raised the flag. Qin Xie was taken by surprise, and she instantly cried with surprise. But it didn't take long for those cries to change. Enjoy and be happy while you can. Yang Yi naturally didn't suppress his desires. What a joke. Would someone who was married have to suppress his desires? There wasn't anything wrong with him. For the sake of allowing Qin Xie to know how good he was, it went on for almost 2 hours, and he only stopped when Qin Xie surrendered and didn't even have the strength to move. No, he didn't actually stop, he just moved the battlefield. This intense battle went on until the second day. On the bed, Su Qingshi and Qin Xie were in Yang Yi's arms. Because they were curious about what Yang Yi had experienced since he left, he was describing some of his experiences in the ominous territory. A long time passed before Yang Yi finished telling them all of it, And then Qin Xie spoke softly. I never expected this world to be so huge. You're going to head to the large world soon? Yang Yi nodded. I returned here because I wanted to take all of you to Clouds of Heaven stellar region. I can only rest at ease while all of you are there. While the Sword Alliance was powerful, and no one dared to harm them on Dark Hell Continent, he was afraid that the powers from other stellar regions would come and look for trouble with Dark Hell Continent. Dark Hell Continent couldn't resist deities right now. Su Qingshi remained silent for a while, and then she shook her head. No? Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Fool. Meanwhile, Qin Xie suddenly rolled her eyes at him. What's Clouds of Heaven stellar region? It's that woman, Zhuang Weiren's, territory. But we're yours. If you take us there, then even if she says nothing, what would her family think? After all, Clouds of Heaven stellar region doesn't belong to you. It belongs to her family. Yang Yi frowned because had never considered that. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi added, We're quite fine here. Yang Yi thought for a while and nodded fine. Even though Dark Hell Continent had no deities, Clouds of Heaven stellar region did. Moreover, he planned to leave Big Blackie, Little Cow, and Eaglet here. With the four of them here, Su Qingshi and the others' safety would be guaranteed unless a 4-star stellar region attacked. Meanwhile, Qin Xie suddenly asked, When will you return from the large world? Su Qingshi gazed at Yang Yi as well because she wanted to know the answer as well. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he said, I'll come back and get all of you once I've found Zir and Snowy. Zir. Both Su Qingshi and Qin Xie knew Zir well. They were very well aware that if they insisted on naming someone as the most important person to Yang Yi, then it was very likely to be Zir. Zir was unlike them. She'd grown up with Yang Yi, and she'd experienced too many hardships and tribulations with Yang Yi. Such emotions were the strongest. So, they were very well aware that no matter how dangerous the large world was, Yang Yi would definitely go there. Moreover, Yang Yi would absolutely not abandon her. So, they didn't have to even try dissuading him from going. Su Qingshi rested her head against his chest and spoke softly. No matter where you go, just remember that your wives and daughter are always waiting for you here. Yang Yi felt warm. He was about to speak when he felt a hand grab his little brother. He gazed at Qin Xie, and he saw her looking at him. 2 things. Firstly, once you go to the large world, watch this fellow of yours. Don't let it spread its seed wildly like a pig. Otherwise, they'll cut it off. Secondly, if you don't return, then he'll give you a green hat to wear. A new one every single day. Yang Yi immediately leaped up, and he pressed his body down onto her. Let's go another 300 rounds. 4 hours later, a voice suddenly came from outside. Big brother, how long more are you going to torture them? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he was visibly happy. He immediately shot out of the room. There was a young girl around the age of 17 or 18 outside the room. She was pretty, slender, and looked similar to Yang Yi. She was Yang Yi's younger sister. Yang Yao, of course. Little Yao cracked a smile. Big brother, long time no see. Even though she was smiling, there were 2 clear streams of tears coming from the corners of her eyes. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to rub her head, and he spoke softly. Little Yao, you've grown. She took a step forward and hugged him. Big brother, I missed you so much. Yang Yi smiled. Stop crying. You're already so old. Others will laugh if they see you. However, she started crying even more. As far as she was concerned, Yang Yi was the only loved one she had in this world. Of course, Su Qingshi and the others were her loved ones too, but they were different. Yang Yi didn't cultivate in the next few days. He just accompanied Su Qingshi, Yang Yanxue, and the others. He didn't show himself outside the hall, so the only others who knew he had returned were a few higher-ups of the Sword Alliance. Dark Hell Continent was managed well under Yun Banqing and Yu Wushuang's command. He didn't have to do anything, nor did he know what to do. So, he was merely accompanying Su Qingshi and the others. 2 days later, Yang Yi left Big Blackie, Little Cow, and Eaglet in the Sword Hall before leaving Dark Hell Continent. Once he left Dark Hell Continent, Yang Yi didn't return to Clouds of Heaven stellar region. He went to Stellar City, and then took the teleportation formation which led to the Western Territory. His destination was true martial stellar regions, divine valiance continent. Because a Nanjing was there, he naturally hadn't forgotten about her. He didn't have time in the past, but he did now. So, he wanted to go get her. The Western Territory was extremely far away. Even with the help of teleportation formations, it took an entire 3 days to get there. Divine Valiance Continent. According to the information that Yi Luyun had gathered, the Western Territory was the strongest amongst the 4 territories of the lower dimensions. The Western Territory had 6 4-star stellar regions. The first and the second on the dragon rankings were from the Western Territory as well. This territory respected the strong, and it could be said to be the most dangerous territory amongst the 4 territories. When she found out that Yang Yi intended to head to the Western Territory, Yi Luyun had especially told him to be careful. As soon as Yang Yi arrived on Divine Valiance Continent, a young man appeared in front of him. "State your name." The young man gazed at Yang Yi, while his aura locked onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the young man, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Because the young man was actually a semi-deity. Moreover, the young man's aura was extremely thick and far surpassed ordinary semi-deities. Yang Yi cupped his fist and replied, "I'm Yang Yi. I'm here to meet the martial sect's master." "Please." The young man suddenly interrupted Yang Yi. "You're Yang Yi. Looks like I'm really famous." Yang Yi nodded and smiled, "Yes." Meanwhile, a ferocious smile curled up on the corners of the young man's mouth. "You dare come to our martial sect? You must be tired of living." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his fist at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. Chapter 15:13 Actually, I'm an extraordinary genius too. Yang Yi was stunned indeed. He hadn't expected the young man to just attack him. Moreover, the young man seemed like there was deep-rooted enmity between them. He swore that had never been to true martial stellar region. Moreover, the young man knew his name yet still dared to attack him. That was very unusual. He wasn't being narcissistic, but while there were existences in the lower dimensions who dared to fight him, there were very few. Moreover, those existences absolutely didn't include this young man. Yang Yi was puzzled. Meanwhile, the young man's fist had arrived in front of him. Yang Yi clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Boom. Space trembled as the young man was instantly blasted around 3K away. The young gazed at his numb arm and was stunned. He looked up at Yang Yi and said, "As expected of the person that's seen your sister and has in her mind. But I was just careless earlier and didn't take you seriously, and that's why I suffered that small loss. Now, you won't have such an opportunity anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he unfurled his left palm, pulled it back slightly, and then pushed it forward slightly. An energy palm emerged from it, and then the space around him started trembling violently. The space here seemed incapable of enduring the energy within it. The young man shouted with fury, and the energy palm slammed down at Yang Yi. When the energy palm arrived 3 m away from Yang Yi, it suddenly shook, and then it transformed into countless energy palms that enveloped Yang Yi. A smile curled up on the corners of the young man's mouth when he witnessed this scene. He was about to speak when the energy palms suddenly shattered. After that, Yang Yi appeared in front of him. The young man was shocked and instinctively slammed his fist forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slammed his fist forward as well. Boom. The young man was blasted 3 kilometers away again. This time, Yang Yi had clearly not held back much, so the young man's entire arm was twisted. Moreover, he spat out over a dozen mouthfuls of blood as his figure flew backwards. The young man gazed at Yang Yi while a trace of shock filled his eyes. You're actually so strong." Yang Yi replied with a question. "You didn't know I was strong?" The young man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I didn't know in the past, but I know now." "You didn't know before this?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. "Have you not heard of me?" "I have." The young man continued. "According to senior sister An, you're her fiancé?" "Her fiancé." Yang Yi was stunned. "She said that?" The young man nodded. As he spoke with the young man, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to finally understand why a Nanjing had said that. A Nanjing was extremely popular in the martial sect, and a huge number of people were pursuing her. And Nanjing was naturally not interested in them, but they were from the same sect. So, she couldn't stop them from pursuing them by beating them up, right? After all, very few people tried to play dirty tricks. Moreover, because of her unique physique, the higher-ups of the martial sect treated her like their treasure. So, others could pursue her openly, but if anyone dared to play tricks, then they would definitely die. Thus, Nanjing had used Yang Yi as a form of defense in the end. In that way, the men of the martial sect had a single person in their mind, and it was Yang Yi. That was also why the young man had attacked upon finding out that he was Yang Yi. As for why the young man had dared to attack him, it was because Yang Yi's deeds in the Eastern Territory and Southern Territory hadn't spread here yet. The Western Territory was comparatively proud, so it very rarely maintained contact with the other territories. Coupled with the fact that it was very far from the Eastern Territory, many people here weren't aware of Yang Yi's true strength. Meanwhile, the young man said, "Come, I'll take you to the sect master." Yang Yi asked, "You're not going to kill me anymore?" The young man laughed bitterly. "I was just thinking what right you have to get senior sister in. The facts prove that you have every right." He didn't know what Yang Yi's true strength was like, but based on the collision they just had, he knew that even 10 experts like him couldn't be a match for Yang Yi. If he were to insist on fighting Yang Yi now, then he would be courting death. Yang Yi nodded. "Come, take me to your sect master." The young man nodded. Just like that, Yang Yi arrived at Divine Valiant City under the young man's lead. Divine Valiant City. The young man spoke abruptly when they were about to enter the city. You should be careful." Yang Yi gazed at him. "Why? Is there danger in the city?" The young man smiled with embarrassment. "There might be." Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and nodded. Indeed. It didn't take long for the young man to lead Yang Yi to Divine Valiant's hall, and then the young man went in to report Yang Yi's arrival. Because the people here didn't know about Yang Yi's identity and strength, they merely treated him as a Nanjing's friend and not the leader of a stellar region. Otherwise, they wouldn't treat him like this. After all, Yang Yi was the leader of a stellar region, and he was here to pay the martial sect a visit, so they should send someone of sufficient status to entertain him. However, Yang Yi didn't mind, had never cared about things like this. The martial sect was a Nanjing sect, and this sect had helped in Nanjing. So, he naturally wouldn't do things that would put in Nanjing in a difficult situation. Around 15 minutes later, a group of young men suddenly walked out of the hall. There were over 100 of them. At the same time, many others rushed over to Yang Yi from the surroundings. In just a short while, there were over 1,000 people below the stairs towards the hall, and there were even more coming from all directions. "That fellow is Yang Yi? He doesn't look that great. He isn't as handsome as me. So why does senior sister-in like that fellow?" "Exactly. It's like a flower being stuck on a pile of shit. I think that he has hid his strength well. After all, senior sister-in is a proud person. If she likes him, then how could he possibly be just a pile of shit?" "We'll know whether he's a pile of shit in a moment." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He naturally heard what they were saying, because they didn't seem to be worried about him hearing, or perhaps it could be said that they were letting him hear them on purpose. He was quite surprised. He was surprised by how popular in Nanjing was here. Actually, Nanjing wasn't a gorgeous woman, but she possessed a unique aura, and that aura was extremely attractive. She constantly strived to grow stronger. Since Profounder Continent, she was the one and only person who could keep up with him and maybe even surpass him. People like Nether Maiden couldn't be taken into consideration, because she started cultivating again after reincarnating herself, but Nanjing wasn't. Nanjing had relied on herself to cultivate all the way. Besides her own natural talent, her current accomplishments couldn't do without her hard work. Actually, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, hard work was always more important than natural talent. If someone with inferior natural talent worked hard, that person would attain success one day. However, if those with good natural talent didn't work hard, then even the best natural talent would be wasted. But if someone had good natural talent and worked hard, then that person would be terrifying. And Nanjing was such a person. Meanwhile, a man in an embroidered robe who stood at the front of the group which came from within the hall asked, "You're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi gazed at the man and nodded. I am. The man in an embroidered robe walked over to Yang Yi and looked him in the eyes. He'll be frank. Junior sister and is an extraordinary genius, and you are not worthy of her at all. So, stay away from her. Understand? Yang Yi touched his nose and said, Actually, I'm an extraordinary genius too. You. The man sized up Yang Yi and said, I don't see it. Yang Yi glanced at the man and said, Why don't you give it a try? Clamorous noise instantly resounded through the surroundings. Obviously, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to dare to publicly challenge a disciple of the martial sect in the martial sect. After all, it was the martial sect's territory. The man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. Then let's try. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his fist forward. Crack. The space around Yang Yi cracked apart. At the same time, the space in a huge area started to ripple like boiling water, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Yang Yi slammed his fist forward as well. Their fists collided in the most direct manner. Boom. An explosion resounded, and then everyone watched with shock as the man was blasted into the hall. Moreover, all the others standing behind the man were blasted away as well. At this moment, everyone here was stunned, because they hadn't expected the man to be defeated from just a single collision. All of them gazed at Yang Yi, and besides shock, there was a trace of curiosity in their eyes. In the hall, the man was supporting himself on one knee, and his right arm was trembling violently. Even though it was trembling, he couldn't feel it, because he couldn't feel that arm anymore. Actually, it wasn't just his arm. He was almost unable to feel his entire body. The man looked up at Yang Yi. How strong! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yang Yi shrugged helplessly when he saw the man bleed. I held back. Pooh. The young man spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. I heard the martial sect is fond of battle. I, Yang Yi, feel that I'm lacking, so I would like to seek guidance from the geniuses of the martial sect. Yang Yi paused for a moment at this point, and then he said, out of consideration for my strength, I suggest that all of you join forces. Chapter 15:14 Three strikes is all it'll take. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. Their expressions became unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. Join forces? Asking them to join forces was no different than looking down on them. As the number one power of the Western Territory, the disciples of the martial sect definitely had their own pride. They'll fight you. Sure enough, a man with a sword in his hand appeared in front of Yang Yi. Someone exclaimed, It's Senior Brother Tsang Mu. Hee. Senior Brother Tsang Mu's sword intent is at the rebirth rank. TSK. How many moves do you think that fellow, Yang Yi, will be able to resist? 3. Are you looking down on Yang Yi? 4. No more than that. Haha. Roaring laughter resounded through the surroundings. Yang Yi glanced at Tsang Mu. A sword cultivator? Tsang Mu twisted his figure slightly and pointed his sword towards the ground as he said, The Western Territory's number one sword cultivator. The number one sword cultivator? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. Even though he rarely met any people capable of being a match for him in the sword Dao, he never dared to call himself the number one sword cultivator. The world was so huge, and there were so many experts. So who dares to say they are the best in a certain aspect? Those who call themselves the best are mostly ignorant people. 3 strikes. Meanwhile, Tsang Mu spoke abruptly. He'll defeat you with 3 strikes. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Tsang Mu didn't speak another word. He closed his eyes slowly. At the instant he did, a sword howl resounded from his sword. Besides that, the space around him started rippling like a still lake struck by a rock. At the same time, a terrifying wave of sword intent appeared around him. Rebirth rank sword intent. Yang Yi nodded slightly as he gazed at Tsang Mu. Even though Tsang Mu was slightly overconfident, his strength and natural talent weren't bad at all. Yang Yi was experienced, so he knew what one had to experience in order to attain rebirth rank sword intent. Since Song Mu could overcome such difficulties and attain rebirth of his sword intent, Song Mu was definitely not an ordinary person. Senior brother Song Mu is going to execute Spirit Pierce. Everyone stared at Song Mu without blinking. Their eyes were filled with excitement, anticipation, and a wisp of nervousness. Song Mu's eyes were closed tightly while his aura rose incessantly. Obviously, he was accumulating strength. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of Song Mu, and then he grabbed Song Mu by the throat before the latter could even react. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including Song Mu. Yang Yi, you broke the rules. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from afar. Yang Yi turned to look at its source, and he saw a young man. At this moment, the young man was glaring angrily at him, and seemed like he wanted to charge over and fight Yang Yi. Yang Yi was quite curious. How did I break the rules? The man spoke angrily. It hasn't even begun. Yet you attacked? You broke the rules. It hasn't begun? A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Is this what the disciples of the martial sect are like?" The young man was furious. He was about to speak when Song Mu spoke abruptly. "I've lost." The young man's expression changed, and then he gazed at Song Mu. "Senior brother Song Mu, you haven't lost." He launched a surprise attack. If you were able to utilize your technique, then he wouldn't have been able to resist it. How laughable. Yang Yi gazed at the young man. Would you give your enemy time to execute a powerful technique? Would you? The young man's face froze, but it didn't take long for him to speak again. This isn't a battle of life and death. It's a spar, a fair spar. You actually launched a surprise attack during a spar. How despicable of you. Many others in the surroundings nodded and glared angrily at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head. What nonsense. He gazed at the young man and continued, "I'm going to attack you." The young man was stunned. A moment later, Yang Yi appeared in front of the young man, and the latter wasn't even able to react before Yang Yi's hand clamped down on his throat. Everyone here was stunned again. Speed. Absolute speed. Their expressions became extremely solemn when they recovered from their shock. Yang Yi raised the young man in front of him and said, "So, did I launch a surprise attack this time?" The young man's face became ashen. What was it like to be slapped on the face? This was it. Yang Yi released the young man, and then he gazed at Song Mu. "Out of consideration for a Nanjing, I can give you another chance. Come, execute your attack." Song Mu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "You're very strong." At this moment, even an idiot could realize that Yang Yi was extremely strong. Suddenly, the young man from before shouted, "Senior brother Song Mu, you can do it." At the same time, many others in the surroundings started to shout with him. Song Mu glanced at Yang Yi, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Just like before, a wave of sword intent appeared around him. At the same time, his sword started to tremble violently. A moment of silence later, Song Mu suddenly opened his eyes, Spirit Pierce. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword. Sword energy that was fine like a thread of hair shot towards Yang Yi in an extremely strange manner. Once it arrived in front of Yang Yi stretched out his hand with the intent of stopping it. However, this made the lips of many form an arc, especially that young man from before. There even was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of his mouth. Right when Yang Yi was about to stop the sword energy, it suddenly entered the space before Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned, and a moment later, the sword energy slammed against his body. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the young man roared with laughter. What an idiot! That technique contains the energy of the 5 elements. Yang Yi, do you know what the energy of the 5 elements is? It ignores all forms of defenses created by profound energy. So, trying to stop it by force is like courting death. The young man's voice stopped abruptly, because he noticed that Yang Yi was looking at him like he was an idiot. The young man stared at Yang Yi. You're fine." The young man wasn't the only one who reacted like that. The others were looking at Yang Yi too. They saw the sword energy strike Yang Yi, but Yang Yi seemed to be completely fine. What's going on? At this moment, There was a puzzled expression in Sangmu's eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his countenance instantly turned ghastly pale while disbelief filled his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi patted his chest and said, "It was sharp and carried the energy of the 5 elements. Not bad. You cheated." Suddenly, the young man shouted. He pointed at Yang Yi and spoke angrily, "You're definitely carrying some sort of powerful treasure. You." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when the young man refused to stop, and Yang Yi's gaze gradually became icy cold. "Shut your mouth." Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared here. The expressions of everyone here instantly changed slightly at the sight of him, and then they bowed to the middle-aged man. "Sect Master." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then he gazed at that young man. "Go stand in front of a wall. You can leave when you realize your mistakes." The young man's face turned even paler, but he didn't dare speak a word and hurriedly left. Once the young man left, the middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. "How about we spar a little?" Clamorous noise instantly resounded. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Who is he to actually make our sect master challenge him? Does he even have the ability? Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man added, "And Nanjing is a member of my martial sect, and I'd really like to see how good her judgment is. Of course, I'm also very curious about how strong the number 1 genius of the lower dimensions is." "The number 1 genius of the lower dimensions?" Yang Yi was astounded. "Me?" The middle-aged man smiled. "You don't know? You're the number 1 genius of the lower dimensions now. Actually, it isn't exaggerated to call you the number 1 expert of the lower dimensions." Everyone here was stunned when they heard the middle-aged man. The number 1 genius of the lower dimensions? The number 1 expert of the lower dimensions? That fellow, Yang Yi? If someone else spoke those words, they would definitely not believe it, and they would even spit in that person's face. However, it was their sect master. "I dare not accept those titles." Yang Yi spoke humbly. "There's always someone stronger." The middle-aged man smiled. "No matter what, let's spar." Yang Yi replied, "Can I refuse?" The middle-aged man was puzzled. "Why?" Yang Yi shook his head. "You're very strong. So it's very difficult to defeat you without using my true strength. But if I do that, you'll definitely die." Yang Yi felt that the middle-aged man was very strong. But no matter how strong the middle-aged man was, he wouldn't be able to resist Yang Yi's rebirth sword. The disciples of the martial sect were furious when they heard Yang Yi, and they glared angrily at them. If it wasn't for the middle-aged man's presence, they would have charged forward and attacked him. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Let's not decide on a victor and just purely exchange a single blow. All right?" Yang Yi smiled. "That's fine." The middle-aged man nodded and took a step forward. A moment later, he clenched his right fist and swung it forward. The space around the fist cracked apart, and then an energy fist shot forward and transformed into a ray of light that slammed towards Yang Yi. Quasi-returnal rank fist intent. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew the middle-aged man was very strong, but he didn't expect that the middle-aged man had comprehended quasi-returnal rank fist intent. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. The ancient sheath appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm, and then he drew his sword and swung it. 3 overlapped heaven rends. A beam of sword energy flashed forward and collided with the energy fist. Boom! The energy fist shattered into bits, and then the sword energy continued forward in the middle-aged man's direction. The middle-aged man slammed his fist forward again. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the middle-aged man was pushed around 3 kilometers back. Head lost. At this moment, the surroundings were perfectly silent. Chapter 15:15. What a weak number 1 genius. The martial sect's master had lost. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Who was the martial sect's master? He was one of the strongest in the Western Territory. Not only the Western Territory, there were very few throughout the lower dimensions who could defeat him. Yet now, head lost to a young man. A wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Tsang Mu's mouth. Head guessed that Yang Yi may have comprehended sword intent, because he could sense that his sword intent hadn't vanished, and it had been absorbed instead. There was only one way to absorb his sword intent, and it was by possessing sword intent of a higher rank than his. Quasi-returnal rank sword intent. Just as he expected, Yang Yi possessed quasi-returnal rank sword intent. The martial sect's master glanced at his hand. There was a mark there. A moment of silence ensued before he looked up at Yang Yi, as expected of the number 1 genius in the lower dimensions. As far as I know, there isn't a single person in the younger generation of our lower dimensions that can rival you. Not to mention the younger generation, there aren't many in the older generation who can be a match for you. You're too kind. Yang Yi grinned, Senior. I'm here for a Nanjing. Can I meet her? The martial sect's master remained silent for a moment and said, Let's talk inside. Yang Yi glanced at him and nodded, all right. The martial sect's master nodded slightly, and then he glanced at the surroundings. I didn't show myself earlier because I wanted all of you to realize that there's always someone stronger. Never think you're strong because there are too many who are stronger than you. You can be confident, but you can't be conceited and self-satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the hall. Yang Yi glanced at them and followed the martial sect's master. Many of them had quite complicated emotions on their faces as they watched Yang Yi leave, and their eyes were quite dim. If Yang Yi was a weakling, then many of them would still have a chance. However, Yang Yi was no weakling. The martial sect would definitely not be against a Nanjing being together with such a genius, nor would it dare to oppose it. After all, if Yang Yi took a Nanjing away by force, then the martial sect wouldn't just lose a genius, it would offend another one. Most importantly, the martial sect wouldn't dare to do anything to him, even if he took a Nanjing. Simply speaking, Yang Yi was worthy of her, and they had no chance. In the hall, the martial sect's master said, She's not here anymore. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? The martial sect's master replied, I've seen too many geniuses throughout my lifetime. However, I've only seen 2 geniuses who are geniuses amongst geniuses. One of them is you, and the other one is her. And Nanjing's natural talent was too great, and she worked really hard. It didn't take long after she arrived here for the martial sect to have nothing left to teach her. He paused for a moment and continued, Actually, not too long ago, no one in my martial sect was capable of doing anything to her. Even I was completely suppressed in battle with her. If she used her true strength, then even I wouldn't be a match for her. Yang Yi nodded. He wasn't very surprised because a Nanjing's natural talent was better than his. If the primordial pagoda was in a Nanjing's possession, then a Nanjing might be even more extraordinary. Meanwhile, the martial sect's master added, For the sake of not restricting her growth, we got a permit for her and sent her to the large world. The large world. Yang Yi remained silent. He hadn't expected that a Nanjing had gone to the large world. A short while passed before he asked, When did she go? The martial sect's master replied, Half a month ago. She went looking for you, but she couldn't find you. Half a month ago. Yang Yi nodded. He was still in the ominous territory then, so she naturally couldn't find him. Meanwhile, the martial sect's master added, This place isn't suitable for her growth anymore. It's the same for you. The lower dimensions isn't suitable for your growth. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. No matter what, thank you for fostering and supporting her. Don't mention it. The martial sect's master smiled. She's a member of my martial sect. He hesitated for a moment and continued, If I'm to be honest, you're an extraordinary genius like her, and such geniuses can't be bound by anything. Yang Yi nodded. I understand what you mean. She has her own life, and I won't restrict it. I didn't plan to take her with me when I came here today. Of course, if the martial sect wasn't treating her well, then I would definitely take her with me. But when I saw that the disciples of the martial sect were so fond of her, I knew she was in good hands. The martial sect's master chuckled. Are you jealous? Jealous? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm absolutely happy. Being liked proves that she has charm, right? The martial sect's master smiled. She may not be considered to be drop-dead gorgeous, but that aura she possesses is unique. There'll definitely be many who pursue her in the large world. At that time, you may be busy. Yang Yi smiled happily. Indeed, it was just as the martial sect's master had said. Once he arrived at the large world, he would definitely have numerous love rivals to deal with. A girl like in Nanjing? No, actually, Su Qingshi, Zhuang Weiran, and the others were the same. If he didn't possess formidable strength, then it would be impossible for him to be with them. If he didn't possess sufficient strength, it meant that he may die at any moment. Meanwhile, the martial sect's master suddenly asked, "When are you going to the large world?" Yang Yi replied, "Very soon." The martial sect's master asked, "How do you intend to go up there?" Yang Yi smiled, "If they let me, then it'll go up nicely. If they refuse, then it'll kill my way there." Kill? The martial sect's master's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he laughed bitterly. "In the entire lower dimensions, I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to say something like that. The large world. Kill his way into the large world." It represented that Yang Yi was going to challenge the laws and order of the large world. In the last tens of thousands of years, only 2 people in the lower dimensions had done so. One of them was Jian Wuji, and the other was the unfettered one. So, it was obvious how difficult it was to challenge the laws of the large world. Yet now, Yang Yi intended to kill his way there. That wasn't just simply challenging the laws and order of the large world. It was equivalent to declaring war against the laws and order of the large world. Would he succeed? The martial sect's master looked forward to that quite a bit. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Since a Nanjing has gone to the large world, then I won't disturb you further. Farewell." The martial sect's master nodded. "Farewell?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around and walked off. He encountered some disciples of the martial sect when he left the hall. At this moment, all of them had no hostility left in their eyes, and only respect could be seen in their eyes. Yang Yi nodded slightly to them and was about to leave. However, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky, and it descended to the center of the square in the distance. Everyone gazed at that ray of light. Even Yang Yi stopped and looked at it. The light dispersed to reveal a young man in a black robe. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes because the young man was a deity. A deity! The young man was probably not more than 30 years old, but had attained the deity realm at such an age. Needless to say, his natural talent was very terrifying. However, the young man's aura wasn't really stable, or it should be said to be very unstable. If he was compared to the martial sect's master, then it was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. The young man didn't rely solely on himself to attain his current cultivation. This was what Yang Yi thought right now. Yang Yi ignored the young man and intended to leave. However, the young man suddenly said, "Where's a Nanjing? Tell her to come here. I'm going to teach her a fucking lesson today." Yang Yi stopped when he heard this, and then he turned to look at the young man. Yun Kuan. Meanwhile, one of the disciples by Yang Yi's side said, "He's an extraordinary genius from Wolf Sky Stellar region. He came to challenge our martial sect in the past, but he was defeated by senior sister. He wasn't able to let it go, and he even said that he would come and get his revenge in the future. I never expected him to really come here. Moreover, he's a deity now." As soon as he finished speaking, that disciple had a solemn expression on his face. That disciple wasn't the only one who reacted like that. Many other disciples of the martial sect revealed extremely solemn expressions on their faces as well. A deity. The deity realm wasn't just a little bit stronger than the semi-deity realm. Even though they were very confident in a Nanjing, Yun Kuan was still a deity. Meanwhile, Yun Kuan glanced at the surroundings and laughed coldly. "What? She doesn't dare to show herself?" A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. Had noticed something, and it was that they didn't know a Nanjing wasn't here anymore. It didn't take long for him to realize that the martial sect had kept it a secret. It made sense because a Nanjing was one of the martial sect's trump cards. So, it was a form of deterrence if others thought she was still here. What? Where's a Nanjing? Meanwhile, Yun Kuan had a fierce smile on his face. "Tell her to get the fuck out here." The number 1 genius of the martial sect? The number 1 genius of the Western Territory? I'm going to make all of you realize that I, Yun Kuan, am the #1 genius of the Western Territory, and she's nothing before me. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of him. Yun Kuan was slightly stunned, and then he was about to speak. However, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot forward. Two overlapped heaven rings. Yun Kun's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly waved his hands about. Around 100 energy fists flashed forward and formed a dense wave that slammed against Yang Yi's sword energy. However, his energy fists were like paper that Yang Yi's sword energy sliced through with ease. Bang! Yun Kuan was blasted far away. In the end, his figure slammed against the ground and blasted open a huge hole there. In the hole, Yun Kuan laid flat on the ground while his body twitched. Besides that, blood was flowing out like a torrent from the corner of his mouth. Yang Yi walked over to Yun Kuan, gazed at him, and said, "The #1 genius of the Western Territory? How weak." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Chapter 15-16 Wait for Me. After he left the martial sect, Yang Yi returned to clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. War God Hall. There were only 3 people in the hall: Yang Yi, Zhuang Weiran, and Yi Luyun. Zhuang Weiran asked, "You're going to the large world?" Yang Yi nodded. Soon, he gazed at Yi Luyun and continued, "Have you gathered the information about the Heaven Path?" Yi Luyun nodded slightly and said, "If you want to travel through the Heaven Path, you must get to the end of the sky. It's situated in the sky far in the north. The cultivators of the lower dimensions can travel through the Heaven Path to get to the large world, and it's the only path to get to the large world from the lower dimensions." Yang Yi nodded. "How many are usually guarding it?" Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a while and said, "Normally, there's only a single dualism realm expert there. I'm sure you're aware that deities can't rival dualism realm experts at all, coupled with the fact that very few dare to challenge the rules set by the large world. So a single dualism realm expert is sufficient to guard the Heaven Path." However, she gazed at Yang Yi, "But that's only under normal circumstances. I'm sure you're aware that the people up there know you're coming. So, it's impossible for them to send just a single dualism realm expert, and they may even dispatch experts who surpass the dualism realm. They definitely intend to eliminate you without giving you any chances." Yang Yi fell silent. Just as Yi Luyun had said, since those powers in the large world were aware of his strength, they would definitely not send their forces to feed Yang Yi with experience. They would definitely dispatch a formidable force against him, or even a few Rebirth Realm experts. The Rebirth Realm? It was a realm of cultivation that he couldn't resist right now. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun walked over to Yang Yi and spoke solemnly. "You're not the same as Jian Wuji or the Unfettered One. The large world's forces didn't target them intentionally when they went up through the Heaven Path. But those powers in the large world are targeting you, and they won't give you any chances. So, I suggest that you don't go, at least for now." Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist while a slightly gloomy expression appeared on his face. Just as Yi Luyun had said, he wasn't like Jian Wuji and the Unfettered One. The large world hadn't targeted them specifically when they tried to ascend into the large world, and they were already up there when the powers of the large world finally decided to stop them. Yet now, while it wasn't all the powers in the large world that were targeting him, but at the very least, the Ma clan, the Emperor sect, and the War Pavilion would be trying to stop him. Besides them, there was the Divine Phoenix clan as well. Emo Xiaoling would definitely not let live. So, if he wanted to ascend into the large world, it was absolutely difficult to accomplish. Or it should be said that if it was based on the current circumstances, then he would be courting death by trying to head up into the large world. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he spoke. "I have to go." "Why?" Yi Luyun was puzzled. This time, she really didn't understand Yang Yi's thoughts. Yang Yi was very impulsive on many occasions, but even when he acted impulsively, he still gave it sufficient thought. Yet now, he was clearly aware that they would be lying in ambush for him, but he still insisted on going. She was puzzled, extremely puzzled. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Luyun, I know that you're worried, but just think about it. If I can't go now, then when can I go?" Yi Luyuan fell silent. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Some powers in the large world are targeting me, so I can't go up there now, and I can't go up there in the future. Unless I attain the dualism realm or rebirth realm. Only then would I be able to swagger up there. But regardless of whether it's the dualism realm or rebirth realm, they aren't realms of cultivation that I can attain right now. Moreover, even if I attain the dualism realm or rebirth realm, I would still be in a similar situation. Now I'm a semi-deity, so they may only send dualism realm experts. Even if they send rebirth realm experts, there won't be too many of them. But if I'm at the dualism realm, then they may send all their experts to kill me. So, the situation I would be in would actually not be much different." Yi Luyuan remained silent for a long time, and then she laughed bitterly. "But you have no chance if you go now. You never know until you try." Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at Zhuang Weiran. "There's no need to worry. I won't try to court death." Zhuang Weiran shook her head slightly. "You will?" Yang Yi's face froze. "She doesn't even give me a bit of face." Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran walked over to him and took his hand. "I've heard about Zir, and I know about everything between both of you. I know you want to abandon her, but you must remember that there'll only be hope for her and all of us while you're alive. Understand?" Yang Yi nodded. He was about to speak when Zhuang Weiran continued, "You've offended too many powers, and they aren't powers that we can resist. So, if you die, it represents that we'll die with you. Thus, you have to stay alive no matter what. Understand?" Zhuang Weiran knew Yang Yi's character very well. He wasn't afraid of death, nor was he afraid of danger. However, he was afraid that they would die, and he was afraid that they would be in danger. He wouldn't allow them to fall into a dangerous or hopeless situation. Even though it was a form of restraint to him, it was a form of motivation as well. Weiran is right. Meanwhile, Yi Luyuan chimed in, "Yang Yi, you must realize that you've offended too many. If you're gone, then even if we exclude the large world, there are many people in the lower dimensions that would act against us. So, me, Weiran, or even Zir, all of us can die, but you can't die. Because if you do, then it represents that all of his might die. Presently, you're the Sword Alliance and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's only hope." Yang Yi shook his head. "That makes me feel like a huge amount of pressure is weighing down upon me." Yi Luyuan chuckled. "Pressure is motivation. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Since you're going up there, then you definitely have some other trump card. I believe that you won't just give your life away." She gazed at Zhuang Weiran and continued, "Weiran, you don't have to be too worried. That fellow seems quite impulsive sometimes, but he's actually really smart." Zhuang Weiran glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. "Indeed." She paused for a moment and continued, "Remember what I told you when you went to the ominous territory?" Yang Yi was stunned. "You said something? What?" Zhuang Weiran glanced indifferently at him. "Since you've forgotten, then forget it." Yang Yi suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist and smiled. "How could I have forgotten? You said that I should marry you once I get back." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Luyuan and continued, "Luyuan, I'll leave this to you." Zhuang Weiran added, "Don't make it too flashy. A simple one will do." "Actually, it's almost the same." Yi Luyuan smiled. "Presently, everyone knows about your relationship. However, the ceremony still has to be completed. Because only then will the residents of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region be able to rest at ease." Even though everyone was well aware of the relationship between Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran, they still hadn't gotten married, so the residents of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region wouldn't be able to rest at ease. They naturally had to worry. Because if Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran didn't get together in the end, then what would their stellar region do? Who did Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region rely on to attain its current accomplishments? It was mainly Yang Yi. If Yang Yi left Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, then its power and prestige would drop by half, at least. Conversely, once Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran were married, they could rest at ease. It could be considered as strengthening the morale of their forces. Yi Luyuan was naturally the person who managed the entire ceremony. Just as Zhuang Weiran had asked for, the ceremony wasn't flashy, and it should be described to be quite simple. It was merely attended by Zhuang Weiran's parents and some of the higher-ups from both the Sword Alliance and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Once they watched Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran being united in marriage, Zhuang Weitian and his wife could finally rest at ease. They naturally supported the union between Yang Yi and their daughter. After all, who was Yang Yi? He was the number one genius in the lower dimensions. It was even to the extent that some considered him the number one expert in the lower dimensions. But how old was he? Yang Yi wasn't even 30. Even if it was Jian Wuji and the Unfettered One, their accomplishments at his age weren't any better. Night. After everything was done, Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran left Wargod Hall. In their room, the room was surrounded by sword intent and slaughter intent. It could be said that even the divine sense of a dualism realm expert would be absolutely unable to enter the room without alarming Yang Yi. Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran were wearing their bright red wedding robes. Zhuang Weiran was a gorgeous beauty. Coupled with the fact that she had dressed up specially for the occasion, even Yang Yi was quite stunned by her beauty. Zhuang Weiran spoke softly. I never imagined that I would get married one day. Yang Yi took her hand and said, That's because you never met me. She glanced at him. Remember the scene on that day when we met each other on Immortal Island? Of course. Yang Yi smiled. He naturally remembered that she wasn't wearing anything when they met. She asked, Do you know what ran through my mind at that moment? Yang Yi was quite curious. What? She replied, That I have to kill you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She spoke softly, Because you saw something that you shouldn't have. Yang Yi put his arm around her waist and smiled. I shouldn't have seen it then. Yet now, I can admire all of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the room went dark. After that, soft moans started rising and falling in the room. Chapter 15-17 I Don't Think I've Ever Lost. Yang Yi spent the next few days with Zhuang Weiran. She too put all her work aside and stayed with Yang Yi all day. They'd just been married, so they were naturally firmly glued to each other. Something worth mentioning was that Yang Yi had given Zhuang Weiran one of the fire spirit fruits he obtained in the ominous territory. She instantly rose to the peak of the deity realm upon consuming it. Zhuang Weiran's natural talent wasn't bad at all, and it should be described as being extremely great. If she hadn't been injured by the cosmic rays of the celestial demon lord, she would have attained the peak of the deity realm a long time ago. Zhuang Weiran's combat strength was extremely strong before this. Now that she was at the peak of the deity realm, it was even quite terrifying. If Yang Yi hadn't cultivated the rebirth realm, then he wouldn't be able to defeat her unless he utilized the stellar sword diagram. 3 days later, Yang Yi left Clouds of Heaven stellar region. He left the ancient Emperor Python behind when he left. The Emperor Python wasn't inferior to the master of the martial sect. So, with the current strength of Clouds of Heaven stellar region combined with the Emperor Python, there weren't many powers in the lower dimensions that would dare to offend Clouds of Heaven stellar region. As for the large world, they would dare to rashly send anyone because of the Nether Pavilion's presence in the lower dimension. After all, the large world had sent rebirth realm experts before this, yet they died at Blood Maiden's hands. The loss of every single rebirth realm expert was a huge loss to them. Regardless of whether it was the rebirth realm or dualism realm, they wouldn't dare to rashly send experts at such levels of cultivation, because once such experts were sent down here and had their cultivations suppressed, they wouldn't be a match for the Nether Pavilion. Thus, so long as nothing happened to the Nether Pavilion, the large world wouldn't dare to send anyone. It could be said that Yang Yi had grabbed onto a powerful source of backing. Once he left Clouds of Heaven stellar region, a piece of news started to spread. Yang Yi would be fighting his way up into the large world in a month from now. Everyone started seething with excitement when they heard this. Who was Yang Yi? Presently, practically everyone in the lower dimensions knew his name. He was the number one genius and expert of the lower dimensions. Yet he was going to fight his way through the heaven path. The heaven path. In the last tens of thousands of years, only 2 people had entered the large world in this way. One of them was Jian Wuji, and the other was the Unfettered One. Moreover, both of them were sword cultivators. Now, Yang Yi was a sword cultivator too. So, this method of cultivation that had suffered a decline, the cultivation of the sword, had become popular again. Sword cultivation. Actually, there were comparatively fewer sword cultivators in the world. Why? Because it was too difficult. There was something very difficult about being a sword cultivator, and it was sword intent. If one couldn't comprehend sword intent, then one couldn't be considered as a sword cultivator. Even if one possessed formidable sword techniques, one wouldn't be able to bring forth their true strength without sword intent. Besides that, even if one possessed sword intent, one's combat strength would be similarly limited without the enlightened sword heart. Because of these harsh requirements, many people had given up on becoming sword cultivators. That was also why the cultivation of the sword was suffering decline. Yet now, Yang Ye's appearance had made the cultivation of the sword popular once more. Sword cultivators were either weak or extraordinary. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yang Yi was heading up the heaven path. Could he pass through it? Many people really looked forward to it. So, countless people were prepared to head over to the ends of the Northern Territory. No one was willing to miss it. While everyone was waiting for the month to pass, Yang Yi had arrived at the Northern Territory without alerting anyone. This time, had snuck over without letting anyone find out. Besides Yi Luyun and Zhuang Weiran, no one else knew that Head left clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Presently, everyone thought he was still cultivating there and preparing to challenge the Heaven Path in a month from now. High above in space at the furthest reaches of the north, there was a rainbow stairway made from stone not too far above Yang Yi. Every single stair was over 30 m wide, and it rose up all the way to the end of his vision. Obviously, it was the Heaven Path. Suddenly, Little Sky appeared by Yang Ye's side. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. "What are you doing out here?" She blinked. "It feels slightly family. I think I've been here." "You've been here?" Yang Yi was astounded. "Weren't you always sleeping?" She replied with a question. "Does that have anything to do with having been here?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She paid no further attention to him and just looked up at the Heaven Path. After that, she frowned. A short while passed before she said, "This path feels quite familiar, but it feels like something from very, very long ago. So, I can't really recall it. Oh my, forget it. I should just go have fun." As soon as she finished speaking, she intended to enter the primordial pagoda. However, Yang Yi grabbed her and said, "Little Sky, can you think a little more? Just think about whether you've been here." Little Sky was puzzled. "Why?" Yang Yi replied, "Because I'm going up there, but I know nothing about it." "You're going up there?" She blinked. "You're so stupid. Just walk up." Yang Ye's face darkened. "If it was that easy, would I need to ask you?" He shook his head. "There may be people waiting to ambush me up there. However, I'm not afraid of that. What I want to know is if there's anything dangerous about this path." Little Sky shook her head. "There's no danger on it." Yang Yi asked, "Are you sure?" She replied seriously, "I'm not very sure." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly looked at the Heaven Path. "I recall a little. It seems to have been made by some fellow, and it was to give the lower dimensions a way up, because many people at the peak of the deity realm will perish without being able to get to a higher dimension. But if they break open space and travel through space to the large world, it will cause a huge amount of harm to the core of the universe. So, this path was created. All those who are qualified and possess sufficient strength can use this path to enter the large world." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Then why didn't that person just break open the barrier between the lower dimensions and the large world so that they are linked together?" "You have to ask your own kind for the answer to that." Little Sky continued. "All things in the world were equal in the beginning. So, who ranked them according to status? It was you, humans. It was the humans who divided themselves into different levels of status. The large world is a higher dimension. This place is the lower dimensions, and even weaker worlds are considered to be even lower dimensions. It was you humans who did all of it." She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "In the future, don't ever speak about defying the heavens. Understand? If the heavens hadn't interfered, this entire universe might have been destroyed by your human race. It's not that serious, right?" Yang Yi continued, "Even though humans are quite greedy, it isn't to the extent of causing the destruction of this universe, right? It isn't." Little Sky spoke flatly. Let's not even talk about spirit energy because it's normal for you to absorb spirit energy in order to survive. But what about war? Once the experts of the human race fight each other, it causes the loss of even more worlds. Let me give you an example. If two dualism realm experts fought each other here, and the Eye of the Heaven, Tao, doesn't exist to oversee the battle, then their battle may destroy a continent. Do you think they can't accomplish that with their strength? Yang Yi fell silent. Not to mention two dualism realm experts, even he could accomplish that. So long as he destroyed the core of the continent, then tsunamis and earthquakes would erupt. It wasn't that difficult to destroy a world. Little Sky continued. Besides the fact that they are too strong and cause too much damage, another reason why they're not allowed to come down here is to prevent the people in the lower dimensions from being enslaved. Because the large world has an innate advantage. The experts there are more numerous than here. If they can come down here without any restraints, then the people and demons of the lower dimensions will have no way to stay safe. That includes you. If they could come down here without any restrictions, then would you be able to survive? Yang Yi glanced at Little Sky. Based on what you've said, the Heaven Tao is the reason that the universe still exists and is still at peace. Of course, she said. If the Heaven Tao didn't establish rules and order, the universe would have been destroyed a long time ago. But many of you aren't grateful and keep shouting about defying the heavens. The heavens gave birth to and nurtured all of you, but most of you are ungrateful bastards. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Little Sky, do you know the Lord of the Heaven Tao? Little Sky's identity was too special and mysterious. Moreover, she knew the eyes of the Heaven Tao very well, and she was really protective of the Lord of the Heaven Tao and the eyes of the Heaven Tao. In his opinion, Little Sky definitely knew those fellows related to the Heaven Tao, or she might even be one of them. But Little Sky shook her head. I don't. I know Little Sky and the others because I frequently played with them all those years ago. Yang Yi asked, Then why did they play with you? She replied with a question. Why wouldn't they? Yang Yi's face froze for quite some time, and then he said, Let me change my question. They will definitely not play with me, but they are willing to play with you. Why is that? Little Sky replied with a question. Why? Yang Yi shook his head. You win. She chuckled. Actually, Little Sky and the others are very friendly. However, you definitely can't become friends with them because they really don't like you. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. That was quite frank of you. She smiled and spoke seriously. Are you really going to go up there? Yang Yi nodded. Little Sky nodded slightly. Then good luck. Yang Yi asked, Aren't you going to help? Little Sky shook her head. I don't know how to fight. I don't like to fight too. So, I think I've sealed my ability to fight. Yang Yi was astounded. You sealed your ability to fight? She nodded. I think that you should seal your ability to fight too. Because you're too good at it. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, In other words, you knew how to fight, right? She nodded. I think so. Yang Yi asked, How strong were you? She thought for a while and replied, I don't think I've ever lost. Yang Yi felt speechless. End of Book 11. Chapter 15-18 When Have I Ever Been Afraid of Risking My Life? Book 12. Conspiracy I Don't Think I've Ever Lost. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. Little Sky was very mysterious, extremely even. In the beginning, he thought that she really didn't know how to fight, but only now did he find out that it wasn't the case. It wasn't that she didn't know how to fight, she just didn't like to fight, and then she did something extremely amazing and sealed her ability to fight. Who was she? He was curious. Absolutely curious. Besides being curious about Little Sky's identity and background, he was curious about her strength. How strong was she? Yang Yi didn't know the answer, nor could he make a guess, but he knew that she was definitely not weak. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he said, Little Sky, can you remove the seal and give me a hand? Little Sky blinked, and then she shook her head. I can't. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She replied, Because I forgot how to remove the seal. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, Little Sky added, Moreover, even if I can't help you fight. Yang Yi asked, Why is that? Aren't we good friends? She thought for a moment and said, Do you know why little Sky and the others don't interfere in the business of your human race and the various other races? Because of a law. Yang Yi was puzzled. A law? Little Sky nodded. The law of survival. The universe is like an ecosystem. Every person, demon beast, and other living beings in this universe reinforce and neutralize each other. Simply speaking, everything in the universe reinforces and neutralizes each other. If little Sky and the others interfere, it'll damage the ecosystem and make it unbalanced. The consequences of that are extremely serious. So, if the various inhabitants of the universe don't harm the core of the universe, little Sky and the others won't interfere in your battles. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. She grinned. Good luck. I'm going to play. As soon as she finished speaking, she entered the world within the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he looked up at the stone stairs. This time, he could only rely on himself. He didn't choose to ascend it openly. He merged himself into the space here and concealed his aura with the sword domain before sneaking up the stairway. The reason Head asked Yi Luyun to announce that he would be ascending to the large world in a month from now was actually to deceive everyone. He was certain that the powers of the large world knew that he would be coming in a month from now. However, he wasn't going to do that, and he was going to try and enter the large world right now. He intended to take them by surprise. Yang Yi snuck up all the way. It went very smoothly, and he didn't encounter anyone. However, Yang Yi remained fully vigilant. Even though Head told the world he would only ascend to the large world in a month from now, no one could guarantee that those powers in the large world would only send experts to guard the heaven path in a month from now. So, he had to be careful. Around 6 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. There was a multicolored door not too far ahead from him. Heaven's door. If he passed through that door, it would be equivalent to entering the territory of the large world. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he shot through the door. Around 10 breaths of time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he didn't even have the time to see the surroundings clearly when a furious shout resounded. Who dares to use the heaven path? As soon as the voice finished resounding, a white-robed old man appeared before Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi had finally seen the surroundings clearly. He was on a circular platform. Heaven's door was behind him, and an invisible barrier was all around him. It was a partially sealed-off pocket of space, and there was another door not too far ahead. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. This is the large world? You're that fellow, Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the white-robed old man spoke abruptly in a low voice. Aren't you coming in a month from now? Yang Yi gazed at the white-robed old man. Are you from the Ma clan, Emperor sect, or War Pavilion? Or are you from the Divine Phoenix clan? The Ma clan. A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. Yang Yi, you just had to come here. Today. Suddenly, 2 terrifying waves of intent surged out explosively from Yang Yi. At the same time, his sword vanished from his grasp. The old man's expression had changed drastically when Yang Yi's sword vanished, and his aura at the dualism realm surged out from within him while accompanied by a beam of white light. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and then the old man was blasted away. Mouthfuls of blood sprayed incessantly as the old man flew through the air, and it was a truly magnificent sight. Even though Head had been struck by Yang Yi's rebirth sword, the old man hadn't been annihilated in an instant. He was a dualism realm expert, a true dualism realm expert that hadn't been suppressed. If the old man was in the lower dimensions and had been suppressed to the deity realm, then Yang Yi's attack might have been able to kill him in an instant. Unfortunately, this wasn't the lower dimensions, it was within the territory of the large world, so the old man had been suppressed. After he blasted the old man away, Yang Yi didn't stop. He transformed into a ray of light that appeared before the old man, and then he drew his sword and swung it. Heaven Rend. 3 overlapped heaven rends. Boom. The white-robed old man hadn't even been able to recover from his shock when this attack obliterated him. The might of 3 overlapped heaven rends was merely slightly inferior to the rebirth sword, but it could similarly pose a threat to dualism realm experts. After he killed the old man, Yang Yi didn't stay for a moment longer and shot towards the door in front of him. He would definitely not choose to go head-on against the other powers of the large world. So long as he entered the large world and concealed himself, then could anyone find him? At that time, they would be out in the open while he would be hiding in the shadows. So, he wouldn't have to fear them regardless of how many Rebirth Realm or Dualism Realm experts they had. He refused to fight them head-on, and he intended to be shameless. Yang Yi was very fast and instantly entered the door. However, it only took a moment for Yang Yi to fly out of the door, and he flew extremely far away. It didn't take long for an old man in a luxurious robe to walk out slowly from behind the door. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly once he stopped himself. A Rebirth Realm expert. He hadn't expected that the large world would actually send a Rebirth Realm expert to deal with him. Needless to say, they really thought highly of him. The old man sized up Yang Yi. "You're Yang Yi, right? Haha, I heard you're coming a month from now. I never expected you to trick us. Fortunately, he sent us a message in time. Otherwise, you might have really been able to enter our large world." I was still too slow. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. The reason Head immediately executed the Rebirth Sword and Heaven Rend was because he was afraid that the white-robed old man from the Ma clan would send a message to the large world. However, he was still too slow. Now, he was in quite an embarrassing situation. The gap between him and the Rebirth Realm was too huge. Even if he had Sword Intent, Slaughter Intent, and various other powerful techniques, it was still quite difficult to make up for the gap. If the old man was suppressed to the Dualism Realm, then he would have a chance. However, the old man's cultivation wouldn't be suppressed here. Suddenly, the door behind the old man trembled, and then 10 old men appeared behind the old man. 10 Dualism Realm experts. 1 Rebirth Realm expert, and 10 Dualism Realm experts. Yang Yi nodded. "All of you really do think highly of me. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit, not to mention that you are no rabbit." The old man spoke indifferently. "Yang Yi, there was no enmity between you and my Ma clan, but you insisted on becoming enemies with us. Since that's the case, my Ma clan can naturally not allow you to continue existing in this world. After all, if a genius like you is allowed to grow, even my Ma clan wouldn't be able to endure your revenge." Yang Yi glanced at the old man and the others. "All of you are from the Ma clan?" "The War Pavilion." Meanwhile, 2 old men stepped forward. One of them said, "Yang Yi, the biggest mistake you made in your life is interfering in the Nether Pavilion's business. This matter is very complicated. Unless you possess strength that can rival Jian Wuji or the Unfettered One, no one can save you now." Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Just the few of you don't really seem to be enough to kill me." The old man in a luxurious robe chuckled. "I know that you definitely have some sort of trump card. Otherwise, you would absolutely not come here. Come, let us see what it is." "I too really want to know what it is as well." That old man from the War Pavilion spoke indifferently. "Since a semi-deity like you is able to remain so calm while facing a Rebirth Realm expert and 10 Dualism Realm experts, it's definitely an extraordinary trump card." Yang Yi remained silent for a while, and then he nodded. "You'll find out in a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the Sword God seal suddenly lit up on his forehead. Boom! A moment later, a terrifying wave of sword intent surged out from him, and then his aura instantly rose explosively. 2 breaths of time later, his sword intent seemed to have arrived at a critical point. Bang! An explosion resounded as the space around Yang Yi rippled. Returnal rank sword intent. When facing so many experts and even a Rebirth Realm expert, quasi-returnal rank sword intent wasn't sufficient anymore. The expressions of everyone here had changed slightly when they saw Yang Yi's sword intent attain the returnal rank, and a trace of seriousness had appeared in their eyes. Because even they didn't dare look down upon returnal rank sword intent. Even though the old man didn't reveal a serious expression, there was a trace of caution in his eyes. When the Unfettered One and Jian Wuji roamed unhindered through the large world all those years ago, they'd only possessed returnal rank sword intent as well. However, their cultivation had been higher than Yang Yi. If Yang Yi was at the Dualism Realm, no, even if he was at the Deity Realm, the old man and the others would probably have to stay away from him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi started walking slowly towards them. When have I, Yang Yi, ever been afraid of risking my life? Chapter 1519. That's it for today. He intended to risk his life. Yang Yi knew that it was time to fight with his life on the line. When facing such forces, he had no choice but to put his life on the line. So, as soon as he attacked, Head increased his sword intent to the returnal rank. How laughable! Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe laughed coldly. Yang Yi, do you think that you can fight me just because you used a secret technique to improve your sword intent to the rebirth realm? How laughable! Yang Yi stopped moving and said, I think that I can. You can? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. Then why don't you? The old man's expression changed abruptly. Watch out! As he spoke, he slapped his palm at Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi's sword had vanished. Hiss! Bang! As soon as the old man finished speaking, a strand of blood sprayed from the forehead of one of the dualism realm experts by his side. That dualism realm expert's eyes were opened wide and filled with bewilderment. Even until the moment of his death, he didn't know how Head died. At the moment that dualism realm expert perished, Yang Yi was blasted far away by the old man in a luxurious robe. But he didn't suffer much harm because Head used the casket lid to block off most of the force from the old man's attack. At this moment, the old man and all the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Yi had actually killed one of their companions right before their eyes. It was especially so for the old man. His face was extremely gloomy right now. After all, it was a terrible humiliation to allow Yang Yi to kill one of the experts on his side while in his presence. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed drastically. Watch out! As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged out from his body, and then it descended like a landslide. The old man's aura of a rebirth realm expert was extremely swift, and it instantly slammed against Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, it slammed against Yang Yi's casket lid. As expected, Yang Yi was blasted away. However, the body of a dualism realm expert, standing not too far away from the old man, gradually vanished on the spot. The reason the old man had attacked again was because Yang Yi had attacked. However, he was still too late. When they saw another dualism realm expert killed in an instant, the remaining dualism realm experts had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. At the same time, they immediately converged together and released their auras around themselves. They'd been careless, and they'd underestimated their opponent. They tried their best to think highly of Yang Yi when they came here, and it even made them send a rebirth realm expert and 10 dualism realm experts. They dispatched such a force to annihilate Yang Yi without giving him a chance. However, they hadn't expected that they'd still underestimated him, and they'd underestimated him tremendously. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the old man and the others while a fierce smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. The reason he hadn't attacked the old man right away was that he couldn't kill the old man. Rebirth realm experts were too strong, so the rebirth sword couldn't kill the old man. It was impossible even if his sword intent was at the returnal rank. However, it wasn't a problem for him to kill dualism realm experts. Quasi-returnal rank sword intent and the rebirth sword were a huge threat to dualism realm experts. Now that his sword intent had improved to the returnal rank, the rebirth swords might have risen countless times. Returnal rank sword intent and the rebirth sword were sufficient to instantly kill dualism realm experts. The old man didn't waste his breath this time. Earlier, Yang Yi had been able to kill 2 dualism realm experts because he spoke too much nonsense. Now, the old man had realized that Yang Yi liked to take his opponents by surprise. So, the old man waved his hand. Don't give him any chances. Attack together. As soon as he gave the order, he clawed at Yang Yi with his right hand, and a huge claw flashed forward and slammed down at Yang Yi. As for the other dualism realm experts, they attacked simultaneously as well. This time, they refused to give Yang Yi another chance. Not only did Yang Yi show no signs of retreating before the joint attack of 9 supreme experts, he even charged at his enemies. The distance between them had never been huge, so it didn't take long for Yang Yi to get close to them. Similarly, the old man and the others' attacks had arrived in front of Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi's sword vanished once more. Hiss! Bang! At the same moment his sword vanished, one of the dualism realm experts' head flew up into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was blasted away while holding onto his casket lid. Yang Yi spat out around 5 mouthfuls of blood as he flew. Besides that, his entire body had started to crack open, and strands of blood seeped out incessantly from him. However, it only took an instant for his heart of slaughter to absorb all the blood. Yang Yi's figure stopped after flying more than 10 kilometers away. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi flipped his palm, and an energy pearl flew into his mouth without making a sound. Meanwhile, the old man and the others had arrived not too far away from him. Unexpectedly, they didn't attack. Don't have any profound energy left? The old man laughed coldly. A semi-deity will always be a semi-deity. Even if you possess the strength to kill dualism realm experts, you're still a semi-deity. Regardless of how extraordinary your combat strength is, I'll only last for a moment if you don't have sufficient profound energy. But don't worry, we won't kill you. We'll hang you on the heaven path so everyone from the lower dimensions can witness the consequence of challenging our large world. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up at the old man, and then his sword vanished once more. Hiss! At the moment the sword vanished, the head of a dualism realm near the old man had instantly shot up into the air. The old man and the others were stunned. He still has profound energy? Suddenly, Yang Yi's sword vanished again. Hiss! The head of another dualism realm expert flew up into the air. In an instant, 2 dualism realm experts had been killed. At this moment, everyone here was astounded, and the old man was shocked as well. However, his reaction was extremely swift. He immediately shot towards Yang Yi. As for the other dualism realm experts, they'd recovered from their shock when the old man attacked, and they charged at Yang Yi as well. At this moment, they weren't thinking about taking Yang Yi alive. Now, they just wanted to kill him. Even though they were very puzzled by the fact that Yang Yi still had profound energy, they didn't have the time to think about all of that, because they were afraid that Yang Yi would draw his sword again. Yang Yi naturally had profound energy. After he consumed an energy pearl, his profound energy had been completely replenished. Once that happened, his injuries were almost completely healed by the primordial violet energy within him. He was a semi-deity now, so his profound energy was much larger in volume than before. Coupled with the Worldman's Stone, he could execute the Rebirth Sword around 3 times. Under normal circumstances, that still wouldn't be enough for him to fight the old man and the other dualism realm experts. However, he had energy pearls. Energy pearls could make up for the insufficient profound energy he had. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to be locked in battle with the old man's group. Actually, Yang Yi was completely suppressed. He could only defend himself against their frenzied attacks. Fortunately, he had the casket lid. Coupled with his own physical defenses and the swift recovery he gained from the primordial violet energy, he was able to avoid being killed in an instant. However, even then, Yang Yi had still killed another dualism realm expert. Yang Yi seemed to have no strength to fight back, but as soon as he did retaliate, he instantly took a life. Yang Yi was very smart, so he didn't fight the old man head-on. Whenever the old man attacked, he would either dodge or use the casket lid. In any case, he refused to fight the old man. So long as he had the chance, he would attack the other dualism realm experts instead. This made the old man feel extremely aggrieved. His strength was able to firmly suppress Yang Yi, and Yang Yi would definitely lose if Yang Yi fought him directly. However, Yang Yi refused to fight him. Besides that, even though his strength far surpassed Yang Yi's physical defenses and the presence of the casket lid caused him to be unable to kill Yang Yi in an instant. The most terrifying thing was Yang Yi's recovery speed. Logically speaking, the joint forces of himself and so many dualism realm experts would have injured Yang Yi even from just the aftershock. However, Yang Yi refused to die. His recovery was simply impossible to describe with words. They were still fighting intensely. From the beginning of the battle until now, the old man in a luxurious robe had lost 5 dualism realm experts from his side. Now, it was 6 against 1. Even though the old man's forces had grown smaller, Yang Yi was suffering more and more injuries. In the beginning, had been able to barely resist them. But as the battle carried on and coupled with the fact that the old man and the others were attacking him even more violently, his recovery couldn't keep up with his injuries. At this moment, Yang Yi's appearance was quite shocking, because his body seemed like a glass bottle that had been struck, and he was covered in cracks, even on his face. Blood was oozing out incessantly from them, but it didn't take long for the blood to be absorbed. Even though the primordial violet energy within him was repairing his injuries, a new crack would appear before one could even be fully healed. Or perhaps one had just been repaired when it would be cracked open again, and it may even be more severe than how it was when it cracked open the first time. At this moment, the primordial violet energy within him couldn't keep up with the rate he was suffering injuries at. However, if it wasn't for the primordial violet energy, he would have been blasted into pieces by now. Right when Yang Yi was about to shatter into pieces, he suddenly flashed over to heaven's door, and he said, "That's it for today. I'll be back tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the door. The old man and the others were stunned on the spot. Chapter 15:20. Wow. A sword spirit. Yang Yi was gone. Had left just like that. It had truly exceeded their expectations. They'd really not expected Yang Yi to actually flee. How arrogant was he just now? Had intended to fight more than 10 experts on his own. Moreover, Yang Yi really had done so. However, they hadn't expected him to flee in the midst of battle. This twist in the situation had been too fast. One of the dualism realm experts intended to pursue Yang Yi through heaven's door, but the old man in a luxurious robe stopped him. The old man glanced coldly at that dualism realm expert. "Are you going there to give your life away?" That dualism realm expert was slightly stunned when he heard the old man, and then he broke out in cold sweat. His cultivation wasn't suppressed here, yet Yang Yi could still kill him in an instant. Once he passed through the door and arrived in the lower dimensions, his cultivation would be suppressed. At that time, not to mention him, even the old man would be in danger. They couldn't go down there, nor did they dare to. Even the old man didn't dare to go down there. Firstly, they were afraid of the Nether Pavilion. Secondly, they were afraid of Yang Yi. The strength Yang Yi revealed was too terrifying, especially after his sword intent arrived at the returnal rank. Even though Yang Yi was still unable to defeat them while they were here, if they went down there and were suppressed to the dualism realm, then Yang Yi's attacks would be a huge threat to them. Moreover, the slightest mistake might lead to their death. One of the dualism realm experts asked in a low voice, "What should we do now?" The old man stared at the door, and a long time passed before he said, "He won't give up that easily. He'll be back. Let's wait for him." I refuse to believe that an ant at the semi-deity realm can really defy the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man glanced at the others around him. "Let's wait here. Besides that, don't notify your sects about what happened here." One of the dualism realm experts asked, "Why? Can you afford such humiliation?" The old man spoke coldly, and then he sat down cross-legged and started to recover his profound energy. That dualism realm expert was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what the old man meant. The Emperor sect, War Pavilion, and Ma clan had sent a total of 10 dualism realm experts and a rebirth realm expert. However, such a force hadn't just been unable to kill Yang Yi. They even lost half their forces to him. If news of this were to spread, they would definitely be humiliated. Moreover, it wouldn't just stop at them. Even the Emperor sect, War Pavilion, and the Ma clan would become laughingstocks of the large world. After all, Yang Yi was just a semi-deity. One rebirth realm expert and 10 dualism realm experts hadn't even been able to kill a single semi-deity. They couldn't afford to embarrass themselves like that. Meanwhile, one of the dualism realm experts spoke solemnly, "Elder Hua, we couldn't do anything to him earlier, even with our joint forces. Yet now we were careless just now." Elder Hua spoke solemnly. "We didn't expect him to be able to improve his sword intent like that. Coupled with the fact that we were careless as well, that was why had been able to kill 5 of us." Yet now, we know his strength well, and we won't underestimate him. Moreover, he utilized a secret technique to improve his sword intent, so he would have definitely suffered from backlash. One of them suddenly said, "He's definitely suffering from backlash now. Why don't we head down there right now and put an end to all future troubles?" The others were tempted when they heard him. Yang Yi had used a secret technique to forcefully improve his sword intent, so he was definitely suffering from backlash. He would be at his weakest while suffering from backlash. At this moment, any dualism realm expert could kill Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the old man in a luxurious robe said, "Have you forgotten that the Nether Pavilion is down there too?" The Nether Pavilion. Their expressions changed when they heard that name, especially the War Pavilion and Emperor sects members, because their sect's rebirth realm experts hadn't returned upon going down to the lower dimension. Silence filled the area. If they weren't afraid of the Nether Pavilion, they wouldn't be in such a passive position, and they would have headed down to the lower dimensions to get Yang Yi. But because of the Nether Pavilion and coupled with the fact that their cultivation would be suppressed, they didn't dare to go down to the lower dimensions, and they could only wait here for Yang Yi to come. In that way, Yang Yi held the power to decide if they fought or didn't. Meanwhile, Elder Hua added, "There's no need to worry." The reason Yang Yi was so strong was because he forcefully improved his sword intent by a rank. If it wasn't for his returnal rank sword intent, the threat he posed to us would be limited. I'm sure all of you are clearly aware that even if such secret techniques are utilized, the user will definitely have to pay a certain price. Even if he can endure such a price, he will definitely not dare to utilize that secret technique in the near future. So, now that he has lost the advantage that he gained from returnal rank sword intent, all of you can kill him with ease even if I'm not here. He paused for a moment and added, "Moreover, I have a backup plan." All of their expressions eased up when they heard that Elder Hua had a backup plan. Yang Yi went through the heaven path and returned to the lower dimension. After that, his figure flashed and arrived on the ground, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot underground and only stopped after traveling around 3 kilometers beneath the ground. After he stopped, he immediately entered the primordial pagoda. After he stopped, Yang Yi immediately entered the primordial pagoda. In the world on the 1st level, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while the spirit energy in the surroundings surged madly into him. Once it surged into him, the spirit energy was swiftly converted into primordial violet energy to repair his body. Even though primordial violet energy was repairing his body, Yang Yi was still frowning. Moreover, his face was gradually warping. The backlash from his sword intent. Raising his sword intent to the returnal rank definitely had a time limit, and its time limit was over now. Even though Yang Yi was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but exclaim when the backlash arrived. The backlash he suffered from his sword intent was much more painful than the backlash he experienced from his body in the past. It was simply not something that a human could endure. He hadn't used the Sword God seal to increase his sword intent for so long because he was afraid of the backlash. However, he had no choice just now. He could either raise his sword intent to the returnal rank or utilize the stellar sword diagram. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight them at all. But the stellar sword diagram consumed his lifespan. So, in the end, he chose to suffer this pain. Meanwhile, the sword precursor transformed into the sword spirit. She couldn't help Yang Yi reduce the pain he suffered, but she could maintain his sword intent at the quasi-returnal rank. After all, forcefully rising the rank of his sword intent would cause his sword intent to drop. However, Yang Yi wasn't too worried, because besides the sword spirit's help, there was one other reason, and it was that his sword intent was extremely solid and strong. If a sword cultivator with unstable sword intent was in his place, then that sword cultivator would definitely suffer a drop in his or her sword intent after utilizing the Sword God seal. Yet now, Yang Yi merely suffered some pain. Wow, a sword spirit. Suddenly, Little Sky's voice resounded, and then she appeared in front of the sword spirit. The sword spirit merely glanced at her and didn't say a word. She knew about Little Sky, and she knew that Little Sky was very mysterious, so she didn't want to offend Little Sky. Little Sky was very interested in the sword spirit. She went around the sword spirit and ceaselessly sized her up. Little Sky's eyes were filled with interest. Tisk. It really is a sword spirit, and it's a chaos sword spirit. The sword spirit frowned slightly and was puzzled. A chaos sword spirit? Yes. Little Sky smiled. You were forged from the chaos energy of a world. So you're a chaos sword spirit. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, no wonder you're with him. You're a sword, and only a powerful sword cultivator can help you grow. Even though that fellow's sword intent is still very weak, it'll definitely be extremely strong in the future. The sword spirit fell silent for an instant before she said, are there sword spirits that are greater than chaos sword spirits? Of course. Little Sky continued. However, there should be very few. It's extremely difficult for existences like you to form intelligence of their own. I never expected I would be able to see a chaos sword spirit with intelligence of its own. Moreover, your intelligence and mind are so mature. The sword spirit asked, is that casket of yours a treasure forged from chaos energy as well? She naturally remembered that casket. After all, even she couldn't destroy that casket. Little Sky nodded. It seems to be one. However, that fellow isn't as smart as you, and it hasn't formed an intelligence of its own. The sword spirit nodded slightly and fell silent. Little Sky glanced at Yang Yi and asked, did that fellow go fight someone again? The sword spirit nodded. Sigh. Little Sky sighed softly, and then she turned around and vanished into the distance. A day later, Yang Yi's countenance gradually returned to normal, and his injuries had been completely repaired by his primordial violet energy. At this moment, Head returned to his prime again. Yang Yi gazed at the sword spirit. Thank you. If it wasn't for the sword spirit, his sword intent would have almost certainly dropped by a rank. The sword spirit nodded. Are you going to continue? Of course. A cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. This time, he was prepared to fight them until the end. The sword spirit said, they may have sent even more experts there. Yang Yi shook his head. It's fine. They'll run if I can't win. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and the sword spirit followed closely behind him. In the outside world, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the ground, and then he sped up and flashed up the heaven path. Heaven's door shook slightly, and then Yang Yi emerged from behind it. At the moment Yang Yi emerged from the door, Elder Hua and the others immediately opened their eyes. A wisp of ghastly killing intent flashed through Elder Hua's eyes when he saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you? Cut the fucking crap. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot forward towards them. Chapter 15:21 Fight. At the same time that he charged at them, the sword god's seal lit up on his forehead again. After that, his sword intent rose to the returnal rank again. The sword god's seal had no limits on its usage. So long as he could endure the backlash from it, he could constantly raise his sword intent to the returnal rank. If it was at any other time, he wouldn't improve his sword intent to the returnal rank. After all, he really didn't want to experience the backlash from it again. However, if he didn't improve his sword intent to the returnal rank now, then he wouldn't be able to kill them at all. Elder Hua and the others' expressions changed when they saw Yang Yi's sword intent rise to the returnal rank again. Obviously, they hadn't expected him to still be able to, and still dare to utilize that secret technique. They'd miscalculated. However, they reacted very quickly. The 5 remaining dualism realm experts swiftly grouped up and stood behind Elder Hua. This time, they didn't take the initiative to attack like they had previously, because if they did that, it represented that they would have to get close to Yang Yi. But once they got close to him, it was very likely that they would be killed by a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. Elder Hua took a step forward, and then he slapped his right palm at Yang Yi. Boom! A terrifying wave of force surged out from the center of his palm, and then the space before him shook violently while Yang Yi was blasted away. A moment later, Elder Hua took another step forward, and just that allowed him to instantly arrive before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's reaction wasn't slow at all. He immediately fled from where he was, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the other dualism realm experts. The reason he hadn't executed the rebirth sword right away was that those dualism realm experts were too far away from him. Since they were so far away, it was very difficult for the rebirth sword to kill them in an instant. Thus, he had to close the distance between him and those dualism realm experts. However, he failed. As soon as he charged at those dualism realm experts, they'd moved backwards again and increased the distance between them and him. At the same time, Elder Hua appeared in front of Yang Yi again and swung his palm at Yang Yi. This attack was even more terrifying than the last palm attack. Thunderous rumbling resounded as a wave of invisible force shot out from space, and then it surged at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi couldn't dodge in time, so he had no choice but to go head-on against it. So, he immediately raised the casket lid in front of himself. Bang! The force slammed against the casket lid and blasted away both Yang Yi and the casket lid. As for Elder Hua, he didn't stop, and he immediately pressed forward. His speed was so swift that he immediately appeared in front of Yang Yi again, and then he swung his palm forward once more. Bang! Space shook violently, and it seemed like it couldn't endure the force behind this palm strike. As for Yang Yi, who was struck by the force of the strike, he was blasted away. This time, Yang Yi spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood while his arms even cracked apart. However, it didn't take long for primordial violet energy to repair his arms. As for Elder Hua, he stuck to Yang Yi like glue and appeared before Yang Yi once more. This time, Yang Yi didn't just defend himself with the casket lid, and he drew his sword and swung it. He was very well aware that the old man didn't want to give him a single chance to survive. If he just defended himself and didn't counterattack, then only a frenzied wave of attack would be awaiting him. 3 overlapped heaven rends. 3 overlapped heaven rends that were enhanced by quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent and returnal rank sword intent. Because it was enhanced by returnal rank sword intent, it was much stronger than it had ever been. Space seemed to quake violently like an earthquake was running through it, and Elder Hua was blasted 3 kilometers away. Elder Hua looked down at his chest, and he saw that his chest had been slashed open. Moreover, it was so deep that he could see the bones beneath his flesh. Elder Hua's eyes narrowed slightly while a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. The facts proved that Yang Yi's attacks could pose a threat to him. If he was just at the dualism realm, it was very likely that he would have been annihilated in an instant. Elder Hua gazed at Yang Yi. Needless to say, you're truly an extraordinary genius. Unfortunately, a genius like you is bound to perish. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Hua took a step forward and was about to attack. However, Yang Yi's sword had suddenly vanished. At the moment Yang Yi's sword vanished, Elder Hua's expression changed, and he swiftly slapped his palm forward. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Elder Hua was pushed more than 6 kilometers back. At the same time that Elder Hua was pushed back, Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Elder Hua when he appeared once more. Elder Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare underestimate Yang Yi's attack, and he twisted both his palms and pressed them together before pushing them forward. However, right when he pushed his palms forward, his eyes suddenly opened wide. Watch out! As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed. However, Elder Hua wasn't its target, and it was a dualism realm expert who stood not too far away from Elder Hua. Those dualism realm experts instantly understood what was going on, and they were horrified. At this moment, they finally understood that while Yang Yi seemed to be fighting desperately against Elder Hua, it was only an illusion. They were Yang Yi's true objectives. They'd been constantly watching the battle and waiting for an opportune moment to attack. So, they'd gotten closer and closer to the battlefield without even realizing it. However, their attention had been focused on the battle, so they hadn't moved backwards and created distance between them and Yang Yi. One of the dualism realm experts turned pale when he noticed that he was the target of that ray of sword energy. He wasn't even able to react before it flashed through his throat. Hiss! A head flew up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. Meanwhile, Elder Hua's attack slapped Yang Yi flying. Even though he had the casket lid to defend himself against the attack, Yang Yi had clearly been injured by it, and his face was extremely pale. At the same time, blood was flowing out incessantly from the corner of his mouth. In just a short while, his entire chest was dyed red with blood. Even though he had the casket lid to defend himself, the strength of a Rebirth Realm expert was too powerful, and he wasn't really able to resist it completely. Fortunately, he had the undying elemental body and primordial violet energy. Otherwise, even the casket lid wouldn't have been able to save him. Yang Yi withdrew an energy pearl and swallowed it, and then countless strands of spirit energy surged throughout his body. It didn't take long for a huge amount of primordial violet energy to emerge from the primordial pagoda, and then it spread throughout his body and repaired his injuries. Meanwhile, Elder Hua's gaze descended onto the casket lid in front of Yang Yi. The casket lid was the main reason that Yang Yi could fight him. The casket warded off most of the force from his attacks. If Yang Yi didn't have that casket lid, then even if Yang Yi's body was a realm higher and no matter how fast Yang Yi's recovery was, Yang Yi would still be unable to fight him. This was a prime example of using equipment to supplement the insufficiencies of one's cultivation. After he swallowed an energy pearl, Yang Yi's profound energy was fully recovered, and even his injuries were almost completely healed. Yang Yi looked up at Elder Hua, and he immediately transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the old man. This time, the 4 remaining dualism realm experts moved backward immediately. They'd realized that while Yang Yi was fighting Elder Hua, they were Yang Yi's true objectives, but they couldn't resist a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. So, they were in quite an embarrassing position. For dualism realm experts weren't just unable to kill a semi-deity, they didn't even dare to get close to him. Even though it was extremely humiliating, they had no other choice. At this moment, Yang Yi could instantly annihilate any cultivator below the rebirth realm. Yang Yi entered into a fierce battle with Elder Hua again. This time, Elder Hua learned from his mistakes, so even if he retreated, he didn't retreat in the direction of those dualism realm experts. As they watched Yang Yi fight Elder Hua, they grew more shocked as the battle progressed. Even though Yang Yi was completely suppressed in battle, Yang Yi was just a semi-deity. Was it humiliating for a semi-deity to be suppressed by a rebirth realm expert? No. It was glorious. If news of it spread, then Yang Yi would definitely be renowned throughout the large world. Actually, his reputation in the large world was quite great already. Besides, because of the Emperor sect, War Pavilion, and Ma clan, it was mainly because of the Divine Phoenix sect. Emo Shaoling of the Divine Phoenix sect had been constantly looking for people to head down to the lower dimensions and kill Yang Yi, and it had given rise to much discussion in the large world. Now, if news of Yang Yi fighting a rebirth realm expert on his own were to spread, then Yang Yi's name would definitely spread throughout the large world. Besides feeling shocked, they were fearful as well, especially the experts from the Emperor sect and War Pavilion, because their Emperor sect and War Pavilion had no intention to send a rebirth realm expert here. So, if the Ma clan hadn't sent a rebirth realm expert, just 10 dualism realm experts wouldn't have been able to do anything to Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Yi might have even annihilated all of them. Dualism realm experts were no threat to Yang Yi anymore. Moreover, even rebirth realm experts would find it difficult to kill Yang Yi unless he was besieged by the joint forces of 2 rebirth realm experts. At this moment, all of them felt quite regretful. They regretted that they hadn't sought help from their respective sects. Bang! Meanwhile, Yang Yi was suddenly blasted flying. However, Elder Hua was similarly pushed around 1 kilometer back by a beam of sword energy. Both of them had just been pushed away, but it only took a moment for them to shoot forward at each other again. If Yang Yi didn't utilize the rebirth sword or overlapped heaven rends, then he was practically unable to fight back and could only suffer a beating, and he was only able to push Elder Hua back with the rebirth sword or overlapped heaven rends. It was the gap in their cultivations. Yang Yi seemed to be able to fight Elder Hua, but there was actually a huge gap between them. However, that gap had been temporarily offset by the Sword God's seal and Yang Yi's equipment. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Yi executed the last rebirth sword that he could execute and created distance between him and Elder Hua again. Elder Hua immediately shot towards Yang Yi once he stopped himself. However, Yang Yi didn't charge forward as well, and he said, "That's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flashed into heaven's door. Elder Hua was instantly stunned on the spot. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.